Say that again, I didn't quite hear you. Mess with the wrong bitch. So I heard you're back in town and haven't changed a bit, man. You get off talking down to the little man. Time you get what you deserve. Wow, you're so fucking stupid. Been a while since my head was this polluted. Lucky I know my own word. So you wanna fight me? Are you big enough? Kick the back of my knee. Are you serious? You keep on trying, boy. I like your blood on my teeth, just a little too much. So bite me, slap me around the face. Now I'm twisting your arm till I hear it break. I get stronger every day. Yeah. Little girl gone, got a gun from a gangster. Run, little girl, bang. Say that again, I didn't quite hear ya. Mess with the wrong bitch in the wrong era. I've been at work and I got my badge of honor. Honey, I've changed so much since I last saw ya. Hands on my head, up every day. You ding ding, with my earrings for my debut. Cause I pack a punch backed into a corner. Come at me, don't tell me I didn't warn ya. Did you think I'd be easy? Snap me like bamboo. Hold me into the sole of your jackboot. Wish I could bottle the taste. Cause I drink up that look on your face. So you wanna fight me? Are you big enough? Kick the back of my knee. Are you serious? You keep on trying, boy. I like your blood on my teeth, just a little too much. So bite me and slap me around the face. Now I'm twisting your arm till I hear it break. I get stronger every day. Yeah. Little girl gone, got a gun from a gangster. Run, little girl, bang. Say that again, I didn't quite hear you. Mess with the wrong bitch in the wrong era. I've been at work and I got my badge of honor. Honey, I've changed so much since I last saw ya. Hands in my head, up every day. You ding ding, hold my earrings for my debut. Cause I pick a punch back into a corner. Come at me, don't tell me I didn't warn ya. Little girl gone, got a gun from a gangster. Run, little girl, faster. Little girl gone, got a gun from a gangster. Honey, I've changed so much since I last saw ya. Hands in my head, up every day. You ding ding, hold my earrings for my debut. Cause I pick a punch back into a corner. Come at me, don't tell me I didn't warn ya.
How's it going? I love that song. It gets me so pumped. Yes, Ghost, I would love to have you up. Absolutely. Let me drop a link for you. This is for Evil Ghost, who is not evil at all. I have his channel link. I'm going to drop that too. If you're still here, I would love to catch up. I actually have your channel link and links to your streams because what you're doing is pretty important. And like I left in one of your comments, it's different having you kind of speak for a bunch of us. I can explain that when you get up here. So that link is for Ghost only for right now. We'll do an open panel later after this. Absolutely. Take your time. I appreciate it. Hey, everybody. How's it going? Long time no see, huh? Hey, Earth. Thanks for popping in. I appreciate you very, very much. Evil Ghost will be up here shortly. Hey, Widow. I hope you're doing good. I sent you a message through Discord. I'm now active in Discord with people who email me. I'm not afraid of it anymore. I'm broadening my horizons. Hey, Rocco. Good to see you. Thanks for being here. I appreciate you. Quirky Carlotta. Hello. Thanks for the hearts and the hug. I appreciate that very much. Hey, Twist. Loving the music. I love it too. Oh, yeah. I got to drop the link for that. It's Chinchilla. And the song is Little Girl Lost. And yeah, I love it. I absolutely love it. Let me grab the link for that quick. I forgot to do that. I'm bad. I forgot about that. Hey, Freeside. How are you? Hey, Gymnast Girl. The song is Chinchilla. And the title is Little Girl Lost, and here's the link for that. I always go back and put links in the description after the stream, but I drop them throughout the chat. My bad on that one. That was not very good. Hey, Lise. Thanks. I'm glad you could make it. I hope that you're doing good today. Shift happens. Shift happens. Shift put me through an interrogation of psychology proportions on her channel, and it was so much fun. Shift, I enjoyed that. Can somebody grab the link for Shift Happens and drop that, please? You have so much fun stuff going on over there in your space. I really appreciate that very, very, very much. So I appreciate that very much. I hang out there quite a bit. Joined the panel not long ago. Shift is so much fun. I appreciate you very, very much. Fear Loathing. Hello. Hello back to you. I hope you're doing good. As always, hope you're doing good. Hey, Gymnast Girl. I hope you're good. Thanks for being here. Hello, hello. I love the name Quirky Carlotta. I think I've seen it in a chat or two before. I love the name though. Good day to you, Freeside. I hope you're doing good. Active. Yay. Yeah, I'm back. I needed to take some time. Migraine headaches and all the medical stuff is kind of was kind of taking a toll, but yeah, I feel like I'm in a much better place now. So thank you for that. I appreciate that. Rocco, Vilomah, may I ask if you've talked to the other creator? Don't want to say her name. Which creator? You might have to say their name. I don't know who you're talking about. There's a couple I was supposed to talk to. I've talked to a couple. Can you refresh my memory, please? Because I can't remember. I take notes, but yeah, my memory is terrible right now. Hey, Hippiporium, how are you? Hey, Ghost, how are you?
Hello. How are you doing?
Wonderful. Now that you're here.
Well, that's good news. I'm doing all right. I've been really busy this morning. It's been a very active morning for me, actually.
I bet you have. Hey, Nicolina. Let me tell Nicolina really quick. I sent you an email just a little bit ago with the Safe Haven baby box information in there, the donation links, the all of the the not-for-profit EN number. The websites, like all of that stuff, and some videos that were made about them. So I hope that helps. But if you need more information, please let me know, and I'm happy to send that to you. I saw the comment come through, so I wanted to make sure she knew that. Hey, Six Up Media. Okay, let's go. Tell me what you got.
Okay, so we all know that I just recently got some morbid information, and I've been covering him just last 2 days, just real quick. So I did a deep dive. Okay. An individual, I'm not going to say a name, in my community did some reaching out for me this morning and was able to get into contact with, I'm not going to say any names or anything like that, but was able to get into contact with individuals, authorities, I will say, that are very, very, very interested in the videos that all of us have been showing, not just me, all of us. So he wanted me to email those to him. I emailed those to him. He got back with me just a little bit ago and said he is going to keep into contact with me, that he has more questions that he would like me to answer. And I told him I'm more than happy to answer anything you would like to know. So we're really getting the ball rolling with this. I told everybody this morning when I was live that when I do this, I want to hit it ground running. You know what I'm saying? I want things to start rolling immediately, because I feel like this is a very serious problem. I cannot take a grown man grooming children like that. It's absolutely disgusting and vile, and it turns my stomach.
Yeah, me too. Me too. I know it was sent to, okay, good. I'm glad, Nicolina. I sent it from a second proton mail, Vilomah.2. That's mine. Let me know if you need anything else. I think Sleuth Mom and I are planning on going live later today to update about that, about the baby boxes and stuff like that. You're more than welcome to join us, Nicolina, anytime. So, Ghost, I got to tell you this. So, Earth, was doing a live stream about it, and there's been several people do live streams about it. And this is why I was so happy that that I saw that you were going live about it. The way that he treats women, and please don't misinterpret my words. I'm not like women should be handled differently, or you know what I mean. It's not that for me. But what I've noticed is that he's very shitty to women, point blank.
You have to be
It's the best way to
respectful,
say it. Right? And
and
there's a
he has
respectful
no
way of
respect.
handling that.
Yeah, right.
Absolutely. So I'm seeing the way that so the story about whenever he calls another YouTuber's mom. So I know that he puts that out.
Yep.
I'm going to get you caught up on that, gymnast girl. So when he's talking about that this is his ex, that's a lie. I did my research on this part because that's the clip that was sent to me. And so I did do my research on that. The full context behind that is this. There's a YouTuber that goes by Unbleached. And I believe in that same live stream that you reviewed of Earth's, I actually showed that on the Unbleached channel and dropped the links in that chat so that people could go see it for himself. In that live stream, so the history behind that is that Unbleached is a YouTuber from the same community that Morbid used to be in when he was Jimmernam.
Okay.
And so Unbleached and Jimmernam had a difference of opinion about whatever topic or discussion or whatever the heck was going on. And so here we have Morbid, aka Jimmernam, aka the list goes on and on and on.
Yeah, the AKA for days.
Yes. And so he got up in his fifis and got pissed off. And instead of going after the YouTuber that upset him, by the way, what he was upset about was that negative comments were left on his streams. The Unbleached guy did not like the comments, or the Jimmernam or Morbid did not like the Unbleached was leaving negative comments, which we all deal with as a YouTuber, right?
So that's how he reacted, because of negative comments?
Yes, they had a disagreement. They couldn't, and so Unbleached, who lives in another state, so Jimmernam or Morbid figured out what the guy's name was, which I believe the guy says his name on his channel. So he searches his name, he finds an obituary, and then that's how he finds that Unbleached had recently lost a brother. The obituary also has mom's name. And you'll hear in that clip where he says, like, I know you don't have a dad. You want me to be your daddy, and talking that vulgar crap. And so because mom was listed, then now he knows the state. He knows a little bit about the family. And so he finds mom, contacts her through social media, and that's what he left. So it had nothing to do with the mother. It had everything to do with the other YouTuber and his way of shutting him up. That's what he did.
Yeah, that makes it 10 times. I mean, it was already bad, but that makes it so much worse.
Yeah, to me, like, the mom had nothing to do with him.
Right.
Never been, she's not on YouTube. And by the way, the clips that are out now, when he calls her and then he leaves the voicemail message, you'll hear the beep covering up the phone number. But the truth is, he doxed her name, her location, the city and state, and her phone number at the time that he made that phone call. So he doxed the guy's Unbleached's mother. And yeah, I mean, it's absolutely, so that's what was sent to me. And I'm like, oh my gosh, I have a community of grieving parents. And so we talk a lot about that. And that's why it was sent to me, was because here this guy comes back and he's infiltrating all these communities. And I had went into his chat to figure out who this guy was. And some of the moderators that were wrenched were a little concerning, people that I had some, I still have a lot of respect for, only because as soon as I typed in his chat, he wrenched me. And I'm thinking, what the hell? Who does that? Who wrenches somebody that you don't know, you've never spoke to?
Right.
So that's the story behind that phone call. And then when I started digging, I found all these other videos, links, things like that. And I'm so glad that you picked it up, because when he goes as low as he goes right off the bat, it's body shaming women. It's attacking their family members. And so this will be the first time that we see how he reacts to a man coming at him with his own truth that he's not willing to face. Not that I want anything to happen to you. This will show the rest of us exactly who he is. And how much of a pussy is he? He's only attacking women all the time.
Yeah. And Nicolina in here, she knows and everything like that. Like that's kind of my thing is, men for some reason love to call out women on YouTube, and it gets old, it gets disgusting, and it's just ridiculous. So, I have no problem calling out vile men that can't hold their tongue to women. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. Yeah. I watched a little bit of his stream. Somebody had sent me about a 25-minute clip, and I was astounded. Like I've heard of this person, Merb or Mommy Ramblings, and I've heard good and bad about her. Just like everybody else on the platform, there's good and there's bad.
Right.
Something that I can relate to is child loss, and so my fight on this platform with people is that if someone's behaviors are so terrible, you can pick at that all day long. Like tell them what they're doing wrong, go as low as you need to go. And there are communities that go real life, both sides. That's how they handle business. No judgment with that, right? But Mommy Ramblings doesn't do that, or she didn't do that. And if she does do that or has done that, it shouldn't include her deceased child. And so I watched about 25 minutes of a stream that was sent to me of the Glarer and Morbid. I mean, if her behaviors are terrible, then I understand that, right? But like all they did was talk about her, they were just terrible, talking about her son's death and using that in a way that was just absolutely disgusting. I couldn't believe it. They kept saying, nobody wants to hear about your dead kid. They kept saying that on and on.
Disgusting. Just disgusting.
Right.
And I appreciate everybody that's been sending me clips. Really, I do. Some of these clips are tough to sit through. They really are. And there's one that I have yet to watch because I watched 5 minutes of it and I had to turn it off because I don't get I very rarely get triggered. And that clip triggered me so bad I had to turn it off for a while.
It's hard to stomach him. Hey,
Hey, Dash Bro. Hey, Vilomah.
How are you?
I'm okay. How are you guys?
Good. Doing good.
Yeah.
I have so much to say.
Yeah, it's disgusting, isn't it? Like completely disgusting.
Why does the United States have an IC3.gov if they will not actually act on it?
Good question. It takes a lot.
I disagree with that. Yeah.
It takes a lot.
So
it took a lot for me to get them involved. It does. I started getting these really nasty, threatening emails back in April, and they were in my legal name, my son's legal name. One of them was in my biological mother's legal name, who I have no relationship with at all whatsoever. Like they had to really do some digging to find my biological mother's name.
Hold on, I'm just connecting something.
Okay.
Is Morbid the one that called you and left the voicemail about your child? Okay.
No.
All right.
No, that was not me. That was so there's a YouTuber who goes by the name Unbleached. And in that same clip that Ghost was playing, was it yesterday or the day before? I think it was the day before yesterday. Maybe it was yesterday. My days and nights are mixed up. In that same clip where I was on Earth's panel, I actually played some of Unbleached. So I played the part of the call where Morbid called the mother, and then I played the same phone call from Unbleached from his live stream. I had dug and found the actual YouTuber that had left some not so kind comments in Morbid streams back when he was Jimmer Nam. And so that's what started all of this. The two of them had an issue online. Morbid didn't like that Unbleached was leaving comments saying, hey, fuck off or whatever he was saying. Obviously not kind. So his immediate reaction to that was to search Unbleached's legal name, find that there was recently an obituary, and it was his brother, which then had the mother's name. Through social media searches, he found the mother's name, got the mother's phone number, and then he contacted the mother. So that's not his ex-girlfriend. That is the mother of Unbleached, whose son died from congenital heart defect. There you go. And you hear Morbid say
AIDS.
Right. Not true. He had a congenital heart disease from birth. And so I can only imagine what that mom went through with her son his whole life having a heart condition and then passing from that.
You
And
know,
that's a
Vilomah,
morbid.
I'm all about fuck shit, but when it comes to kids, absolutely not.
That's always been your hard limit.
What's that?
That's always been your hard limit. Your hard limit has, since I've been familiar with you, your hard limit has been
Kids.
no children. Absolutely
Yep.
none. And I want to say this to you. There's so many people out there that have not been here that long that don't understand that you did not come to this platform with real life fuck shit. You didn't come here doing that. That was done to you, and you've been on defense mode ever since then. 100%. I've seen it. I witnessed it. I saw that you did not come into this platform doing the things that you do now. You have, from the minute that you had enough, you've been on defense mode, and then you went into attack mode because they have not let up on you. I understand that. I see it for what it is.
Correct. And I want to explain to your community that I'm a huge advocate for children.
Yep.
I'm gonna probably get emotional, but I've worked in pediatric oncology and watched so many children die, okay?
Mm-hmm.
It's the most awful thing. And then to see other people that get to live their life being complete fuckers, it fucks with me, all right?
Mm-hmm.
When I hear Ernie say, it's about the children, and I hear other people try to invoke, well, don't talk about children, but they do. It drives me nuts because I have literally been there when a child has died. Not my child. Thank God, not my child, not my children, but
Yeah.
I will. This is a weird thing. I'm going to say this. I will walk over coals for children that are not mine.
Mm-hmm.
So, anyways, I'm an asshole. I know that I'm an asshole. But I never had anyone there to advocate for me and my siblings, if that makes sense.
It does.
Yeah, perfect sense.
It absolutely does. That's why you're so passionate about it. I mean, I remember what happened to you personally.
Yeah.
I remember when your real life was attacked, and I'm not going to tell your story, but you lost and
Yeah.
suffered greatly in I remember the change. As somebody who was outside watching, didn't have a channel, I remember the change. I remember when something that your family depended on was affected negatively.
Yeah.
I remember that. Constance, listen, you're not doing this. Sorry. You blocked me. You can be blocked here.
See?
Nope, not
Like
having it.
this.
Your obsession with Nicolina is so
stalks. It's
unhealthy. It is unhealthy. You cannot keep following her around and attacking. You're not doing it here, Constance. You're not willing to hear anybody else's side. You're standing firmly in what you believe to be true and not willing to hear that other people are not agreeing with you and that doesn't make them a bad person. You blocked me. You accused me of some shit. You're not going to do that here. You're not following Nicolina into this chat and attacking her, spamming the chat with stupid shit because you don't like Nicolina. It's not happening.
Okay, listen, Connie, I'm an asshole. That's a defense mechanism. All right. I have literally been there when children have died, Constant.
The sad thing is her hatred for you is so great, she can't see beyond it.
No,
blinds
She
her
cannot
completely.
see beyond it. And anybody who associates with you is as equally terrible in her eyes. And I don't care. I don't care. Connie, you were there, the same place I was there, watching these people attack the shit out of Nicolina. And she took it and took it and took it until her family was affected. And then she's been fighting back ever since. You're not going to come in here like you go everywhere else Nicolina goes and spam the chat telling people what a terrible person or calling her a liar. I witnessed it. I'm not down with the fuck shit. I don't do the fuck shit, but I understand why it's going on both sides of that community. I've stated that multiple times. But you will not come in here and go on the attack because you're not willing to see beyond your hatred. And by the way, the people that you're supporting are not good people.
I
Connie,
didn't
that's
even
why
do
so
anything
many
to
people have
Constance,
said, go
Vilomah.
away.
Vilomah, I have not done anything to Constance when this shit started, but did I come to YouTube with some serious fucking trauma and baggage? Absolutely.
No different than me and a lot of other people. A lot of other
Right.
people have found comfort here, people to relate to, people with similar traumas. You did nothing that I didn't do, and that a whole lot. My whole channel is based on parents who have lost children. That's the majority of what we talk about here. People can go through my videos and streams and see that, but they won't see all of it, because when someone is open about what they've gone through and they later say, I really don't want that out there, I put it on private and give them the link and don't ever view it again.
So I feel like I'm an open book, right? And
You've had to be.
There's a reason I'm an open book. I'm an open book because I want other people to feel safe to be an open book as well. I'm an asshole. Abso-fucking-lutely, I'm an asshole. But at the end of every day, advocating for families and children outweigh any of the fuck shit that I do. And Connie will never understand that. She has never, ever, ever, ever been in a position where her profession is watching children die.
Right.
She'll never understand that. So watching other children die as a profession then creates an enormous fucking anxiety as a mother and a grandmother. So I had to, so losing my job because of Ernie, Lips, Betty, and Jimbo, I took as a positive because now I am in a position where I'm not seeing kids die anymore.
Right.
Y'all will never understand it.
They won't. They
No.
absolutely won't.
I mean,
I can
these
tell you.
aren't my kids, but they were my kids, if that makes sense.
It makes perfect sense. When my son passed away, it was a tragic accident. He was on his dirt bike, and I don't talk about this in depth, but his best
Don't
friend.
talk about it, please. Please.
It's already been out there.
Do it.
It's already been out there.
We're gonna use it against you, Vilomah.
They do. They already do.
And
But
it's disgusting that they do.
God.
Oh, they absolutely do. Just recently, well, I can tell you about that in private, but they've done it for a year. That's why I had a channel, was to defend myself. And then I thought tit for tat doesn't really go anywhere with people that are that mean, when all I've done is disagree with them. I've never doxed a soul. I have never, ever, ever doxed a soul. I don't have monetization.
I dox people because, okay, so understand me. If Constance is still listening, I will dox a motherfucker if they've doxed me, okay?
Mhm.
Because I'm going to take away your power.
Mhm.
On YouTube, it's super fucking weird to me that people are like, oh my God, they dox. Listen, get the fuck off the internet then.
Right.
I've been doxxed so many times. My children's school, our place of residence, my ex, like At this point, if you're going to dox, I'm going to dox you back. Period. Tit for tat.
Mhm. Yeah, it happens like that. When they're doxing me, they're actually doxing a city and state where I have rental properties, and in those rental properties are single parents with children, and so they're not doxing me. I live in West Virginia, not a person. There's a handful of people that know where I live, but they're putting
Sorry,
them in
my
danger.
husband's being super extra in the background. I apologize.
Hi, Frank.
Like, you don't love me, I'm gonna hit you. He's kidding.
I get butthurt about the doxing because they're putting those families in danger. They're putting those people in danger.
All right. Listen. I am a doxing motherfucker. You dox me, I'm gonna dox you back. Period.
Right.
Will I work on that? Probably not. Will I
That's
try?
what all of you do. That's what that's what the whole both sides of the community do. That's not just you, and that's what Constance doesn't see. It's not just you. It's all that both sides of that community that do that. That's why you can't say one person is wrong if you're not willing to say everybody is wrong. But they're not understanding that it took a lot for you put up with a lot before you actually fought back, and you've been fighting back ever since.
I put up with the bullshit for about 10 months before I started striking back. So now I live by the philosophy, if you poke me, I'm poking you back, period.
Mhm.
And I'm not going to fucking apologize for that. Why should I? I lost my job. I was forced into resignation because of Betty, Ernie, The Stand, and Lips.
Now, isn't Lips the same person that was friends with someone in the Summer Wells case and then brought all of that shit?
She's like,
Allegedly.
I have all of this information.
Constance.
I got you.
Listen, I'm a total asshole, but I'm probably the biggest asshole that will love you and fix your shit or help your shit on this platform. I will
In your
bend
defense, though,
over
Bash Bro,
backwards for
seriously,
people.
I'm an asshole too, but that doesn't make you a dirtbag. Do you know what I'm saying? I can be an asshole. Anybody can be an asshole, but it doesn't make you a dirtbag. It doesn't make you vile. It doesn't make you disgusting like some of the other individuals that are running around out there. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, but Bash Bro, you and Peachy are amazing. I'm a fucking asshole. You all know this.
You didn't come that way, though.
No, I didn't.
And
No.
can I say this? That I don't talk a lot about the Safe Haven baby boxes. I've done a couple streams about it, but until we're actually in the process of having the first one installed, I don't really talk about it because, you know, people on this platform are crazy. Like, she's a liar. She's a liar. But Nicolina was the first person to find me in a chat and say, hey, can you send me that information? Because I want to support that. I want to support that. Like, Nicolina was the first person to be a channel holder that has so many people talking about how shitty of a person she is. But I've never spoke to Nicolina, never been on a panel with Nicolina.
Nope.
I've talked to her in chats. And the first person to say, I want the information on the Safe Haven baby boxes because I want to help.
Let me explain that. So Kells, Kellz said, are you aware of Vilomah.'s baby boxes? Because I was talking about the money we donated to a nonprofit, and I was like, no, I had no clue. So I wanted to know more. I found the email, but if it has to do with kids, I will fucking bend over backwards. Bash Bro knows that. His wife knows that. I think Earth understands that. I want the money that I am gifted by my subscribers to go back into the community. We have a Mean Girls merchandise channel. I talked to Pendar today, like on Facebook, and said, I would like our profits to go to Vilomah.'s baby boxes. That is reinvesting not in our community per se, but for children that need it.
So let me give you a little backstory on how I found this. So I'm sure you're aware over the last year, it's been more talked about on the platform. Young girls delivering babies at home, in their car, in the hospital, putting infants that are born healthy and alive in trash bags, and then the babies are found deceased later. We had one example where a baby was put in a garbage bag, an actual plastic trash bag, and then thrown into a dumpster. And thankfully that baby survived. But that affected me because I had one child. I can't have any other children. And I lost my son at 21, and it just hit home for me that there's got to be something we can do for these young girls, young guys that are so afraid of their parents that tossing their baby they're not fully understanding or comprehending what they're doing. And it's tragic in all the ways. And so I found this organization. On top of that, I can tell you, following true crime cases on this platform, I'm somebody who I don't like the crazy speculation, blaming parents and family members and friends. I saw that with the Kylie Rodney case. I've saw it with Summer Wells. I've with so many cases where families are negatively affected. I relate to that. For the longest time, when I would see a red dirt bike, I would have this traumatic physical reaction and break down, and it would be very hard to pick myself back up. So I can only imagine what some of these families have gone through, being ripped to shreds on this platform. And every time they see a YouTube sign, they break because they don't think that there's kindness on this platform, and that bothers me. And I can relate to the physical reactions and the trauma. And so I thought, we also have so many cases where people talk more about the perpetrator of the crime against the child than they talk about the child or the life that the child lived. And that's heartbreaking. That child who didn't get the chance to grow up and do anything with their life doesn't even have a legacy anymore because it's all about the criminal that hurt them. And I want that child, like Harmony Montgomery, Summer Wells, Orrin and Orson West, Xavier Harrelson. Cash Gernon has an amazing family, but I would love to do one in his name. I would love to have a legacy that nobody can touch, that nobody gets credit for, and that nobody can hurt or destroy. And baby boxes are the best way. We also have survivors of rape all over this platform who live in shame, and they never speak about their crime. And some of them gave birth to children that they have to give up. We have adults on the platform that grew up in group homes that were sexually abused, sexually assaulted. They carry so much shame. Their legacy is kind of broken. And it matters to me, the people that are broken, the people that can't find their footing and that live with trauma, I want them to have something that no one can ever take away or touch or hurt or take credit for or make money off of. So I found this organization. The founder, her name is Monica. She has an amazing story. Her mother was 17 years old. Biological mother was 17 years old, raped. And she is the product of that rape. Her mother then tried to have an abortion that didn't work, gave birth in a back alley. She was adopted by a wonderful family, but she wouldn't have had that life if her journey would not have taken her through all of the hell that her and her biological mother went through. She found forgiveness with her biological mother, and she created the Safe Haven Baby Box. I'm going to show you a video. This is a minute and 31 seconds of how they work. This is where I focus now. Rather than coming on this platform and tossing money, I'm going to give these children and these adults that carry so much pain and suffering a legacy that no one can take from them, and do it in their name. These Safe Haven Baby Boxes will be in memory of Harmony Montgomery, in honor of the adults. It's something nobody can touch. Nobody can make it ugly. Nobody can take it away. And this is what I'm focused on.
When a mom walks up to one of our Safe Haven Baby Boxes and she needs to utilize this resource that we have available for her, she's going to walk directly up to the box. She's going to pull the little handle. She's going to open up the door. As soon as this door is opened up, One of the alarms is already going off. It's a silent alarm that mom will not hear. When she places baby inside the box, another alarm goes off that she will not hear. When she shuts the door, she won't be able to reopen the door. The door actually locks once baby's placed inside. The baby can only be retrieved from the inside of the fire station, or in this case, the inside of the hospital. Inside, you'll see a green light that is always green if there is no baby in our box. Once there's a baby placed in our box, you'll see a green plus a yellow orangish light because the beam from across has been broken. After mom places her baby in one of our Safe Haven baby boxes, one of the staff or the EMTs or the paramedics or the nurses will come down to the baby box. They're going to open the inside door. They're going to grab the bassinet and they're going to head for the emergency room.
On top of that, just
My name is
because,
Monica Kelsey.
because the organization is such an amazing organization, they have a packet of information for mom or dad, whoever surrenders the baby. And there's free legal advice, what their rights are, that they cannot be held accountable for child abandonment or any of those things. There's information where you can go online and you can give a family history. All you have to put is the location of the box. They make sure that there are no cameras that are capturing the person who's dropping the baby off. If they are, they try to work with the local law enforcement. But you have rights when you surrender a baby, and you also have the right to go back within a period of time within your state to retrieve the baby. And so Safe Haven Baby Boxes has outside, not affiliated with state child services or state agencies. They have a list of parents that want to adopt or foster, and they also have advocacy programs for parents that maybe abandoned a baby because of addiction, because they're not, they can't provide, maybe they're homeless. So there's services available through this organization to help someone also get their baby back and become successful parents. But this is a little bit about the bag of information that's inside the box. And fathers and mothers have equal rights in all 50 states, and they make sure that you know that.
Coming from our TikTok account right now is what is in the orange bag. So we're going to show you what's in the orange bag. And it's basically a lot of resources for parents, and it depends on which location. There's different resources in different counties and different states. So there might be a little bit more resources in some other bags than what's in ours. But one Spanish and English guide, letting them know the Safe Haven law so that they can assure themselves that they follow the law. There's also a legal paper in here, and I don't really want to say legal paper, but it just shows the code. Like we're in Indiana right now, so it shows the Indiana code, and that what she's done is completely legal. There's also what to look for after giving birth. This is also on our website. The majority of our babies are not born in hospitals. So some of our babies come with placenta still attached. Some of them come with the cord cut, not clamped. But we want to make sure that mom is okay. So it's things to look for after giving birth, like hemorrhaging, infection, and then, of course, after a couple of weeks, probably depression. And we're getting a run at this fire station, as you can tell. There's also a Safe Haven registry. And this is probably one of the most important things that are in this bag, besides the what to look for after giving birth, because it gives this parent an opportunity to take this and leave, but then mail it back in with identifying or non-identifying information. And what that means is she can give her medical history, she can give dad's medical history, she can give how many kids she had, if this was a healthy birth, if this was a healthy pregnancy, any heart disease or anything like that that's in the family. She can actually put on this, mail back, email back, and then we'll get it to the child so that the child will grow up knowing some of their history. That's it. So now you know the rest of the story about what is in the orange bag. Yeah.
This is awesome.
Absolutely.
Yeah, that's
Saving lives.
In the chat, we have Mean Girl merchandise, And we are looking for a nonprofit to send our profits to. So I like it.
Yeah, I sent you the actual I sent you the list a list of links to the website. It's shbb.org. Also
You
the
did.
donation link. There's you so I can tell you that each baby box Hippieporium, we can definitely do that. Absolutely. I plan on doing a lot of these. Each baby box, depending on the location in the fire department, is between $10,000 and $12,000 for the installation process. And then each baby box has a yearly maintenance fee. It's roughly $300. And
How
so
much?
I'm sorry, what's that?
How much is the annual maintenance fee?
They're roughly $300, give or take. Some are 200, some are 350, but roughly like 300, 350. But that covers the licensure of the. She showed briefly the beam, the what do you call it? The little beam that goes across, and the silent alarms that go directly to the fire department or the hospital.
Vilomah, do they need baby boxes or do they need someone to pay for the annual fee?
Both. So
Okay.
I'll be sponsoring the fee for certain locations, but as of right now, that the donation link that I sent you goes directly to the not-for-profit. It's a 501c3. I sent you the tax ID number that goes with that. You'll get a certificate in the mail that for your
I'm
tax
not
write-off.
worried about a certificate, but if you can find me a fire department that needs the $300 annual support, I would like to support one of them annually.
Absolutely. I can contact Monica by email and send you a list of the fire departments that are up for that fee or the new ones. They bless each new one. And so
I am
there's a lot of them
willing
are
to
coming.
support one of them on my own independently, and then the Mean Girls as a whole will either support a box or, you know what I'm saying.
Yeah, I would love it. Would absolutely love it. Yes,
So that
Magic
would
Wand.
be
They're
me supporting independently, and then the Mean Girls.
absolutely.
All
It's
right,
so much
well,
appreciated.
down. I'm gonna hang out with my husband. Bye, Bash Bro. Woman, you are amazing. I love Earth. I think Earth is amazing, and I'm super happy that I met you through her.
Thank you. I'm happy for that too. Thank you so
See you,
much for
Bash, bro.
caring about this,
All right,
this program.
bye, guys.
Thank you. There's nothing I can find about this organization that's wrong. I've researched it. There's no scandal with it or anything. It's just good things for good people that are in need of a little help. And I can't find anything bad about it. But what a way to help change something
Yeah,
that's going on in
definitely.
our country.
Me and Peach was just sitting here talking, and I was asking her, like, well, how do you we would love to do something with that as well. We'd be happy to do something with that. That's an amazing cause to support.
It is. I'm excited about it. And finding, this platform, so many people have been hurt and dragged, and families that have just been ripped to shreds. And that's heartbreaking. I can relate to that to an extent, but not like what people on this platform have been put through. And that, for me, that was like, it's a no-brainer for me that for people to stay on the platform when they're going through the depths of hell, to have something positive to take away, to be able to say to them, not everybody on this platform is bad, and not everybody is blaming you, not everybody is against you. I hope that it helps with that reaction every time they see a YouTube sign. You know what I mean? If I can help in that way, I'm about it. At the same point, saving the lives of the most innocent and vulnerable, which takes us back to what we were talking about.
Yep, I agree. I couldn't agree with you more. Yeah, I mean, it just goes along with the doxing and everything else, and the tit for tat. I think, once both sides realize that the tit for tat is going on, then that's when a lot of people will open their eyes, and just, I was just sitting here reading chat, and while we were watching all this, and the trolls that come in, it's just ridiculous. Come on, guys, It's ridiculous. You know what I'm saying? So that's the only reason I'm on you. If my wife would have never been doxxed, I would have never been on YouTube. I'd have never came around.
Oh, wow.
I would have, I would have been. Let me tell you, I worked on cars for years. That was my hobby. I just worked on cars. That's
Mhm.
all I did. And then my wife was doxxed and I heard everything that was going on. And I'm like, well, I know how to do all that crap too, so I can do that too. And here I am.
Yeah. I didn't know
So,
that happened. It's so terrible here. It's like the first go-to is
yeah,
to dox, and people are
I agree.
scared to death of doxing. And I was too. I was like that too. Like, what the hell? Why
Same.
make someone so vulnerable to, I mean, there's crazy people everywhere. I now know that it's not so much of a big deal when you don't have, anything to hide. Like, I'm not a criminal, terrible, person that has like this terrible past, or, it's not that. It's more of feeling vulnerable to the unknown coming at you. And I get the fear of that, but like, it does need to stop. Innocent people are being put in danger. It does need to stop.
Yeah, I completely agree with you. Like when when you're getting doxxed, it puts a fear in you almost. You know what I'm saying? And then
Mhm.
once it's happened, you're kind of just like you go numb to it almost. You've been
Mhm.
threatened by it so many times, and it's already out there that you just kind of you ignore it at that point.
Absolutely.
I mean, I was just threatened to dox earlier, just right after I got done with my morbid stream. Someone literally commented on my video that they were coming for me. I mean, like I even care about that person. Like, obviously, my focus is on a vile, despicable human. I do not care about your troll right now.
Right. Right. Yeah.
So,
And the sad thing is the depths that they go. For me personally, like I was saying, in April, I started getting these terrible emails in my son's legal name, my legal name, my biological mother's legal name. It was insane, the things that they were saying. And then I found out that other people were getting the same emails. Some of them were people that I don't have anything to do with. Like, I may have been in their chat a time or two, or they may have been in mine a time or two, but I wouldn't say that we were associated in any way, beyond that. And so my son's legal name was used in those emails that were going to other people. Their children's names were being sent to me in emails. Somebody a couple of weeks ago, there's a troll, Susan's worst nightmare, pops up in another YouTuber's back chat and doxes out like where my rental properties are at, my legal name that gets
wow.
shown on a live stream. Like, you know, it, there's a big problem with that. But I'm seeing some similarities. There's people researching it, and there's a lot of us who have had no affiliation whatsoever, and it's the same troll names popping up in the back chats and going through the chats of channels where we're not even in the same communities, but it's the same people that are doing it. And that's
The
pretty
same
telling.
individuals. Yeah. Yep,
Yeah,
I
that's pretty
agree.
telling. So, what did you think whenever you got all of the information and you started digging? Honest opinion about
I
morbid.
I first got it, okay, and when I first got it, I just kind of like just watched a couple videos, and I hadn't got to like the real vile shit yet. I know that sounds crazy, but like there is stuff where you're like, yeah, okay, we've all kind of heard stuff like this before, and then you get to the kid stuff, and my mind was literally blown. Like my jaw dropped when I heard the first video. Literally, I was at work and just had an earbud in, just kind of like I was listening, but I was working at the same time. And the video came on, and I heard the child, like I heard a child talk, and I was like, wait, what was that? And I literally had to pull my phone out and see what the title of the video was. And I was like, oh my God. And that's when I was like, okay, enough is not. Like, as soon as I heard that, I literally told Peach, I was like, all right, Peach, this is where I'm going with this. Like, I don't mind doing other content, but this is where I want to go with this right now, because this needs awareness, because this is dangerous.
Absolutely. Completely.
So,
So, from what I understand, the interactions with children were in Discord, and
yes,
that wasn't brought to YouTube until basically he was called out for it. When
right.
the cam girl got the Discord shut down, there were actually people that were basically screen recording or downloading. They had the content and they put it out, and you can blatantly see children and you can hear their voices, and it is sick.
It's disgusting. I actually do have a question that you might be able to answer.
Mhm.
So with the young child that was running his what was it, his, I guess I could call it his porn Discord, is
Good name
that
for it.
true? I don't know how else you'd even call it, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah. So Vin
I
Vader,
apologize if I offended anybody, but I just don't know what
No,
else
no.
to call it.
that is a very good name for it because that's what was going on there, from what I understand. And the clips pretty much prove the accusations. So I understand that he likes to say that they're clips taken out of context and that they're edited and that they're fake and whatever. But I mean, it's his voice and him on camera, and you can see some of the children that are responding to him. And so I'm not really sure how that happens. But Vin Vader is also very passionate about making sure parents know what's going on with this person specifically. So I think it's a good name for it. I
Yeah.
did see a clip. It might have been on Jen's channel. It could have been there, where it's being brought out that yes, the child that was in the Discord, the moderator of the Discord, was 14 years old.
Wow. See, that's what I'm hearing. I'm hearing a couple different, and then the only reason I bring it up is because, you know, when you hear different ages like that, it makes you question it. So like I've heard a couple different ages now, and that's why I asked, because I have heard 14. So
Yeah.
I've heard a couple different individuals tell me now that it was a 14-year-old that was actually running that part of his Discord. So yeah, that just kind of verified for me even more. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I can remember specifically, there was a live stream done. Earth probably has the link for that, or can find the link for that if you can, Earth. I'm talking about the live stream where Vin Vader came up on, hey, Two Texan, where Vin Vader actually came up on Jenny's panel. There was some technical issues with his audio, but he was able to give so much information, and then he had the links that he sent. And I believe that he did say that the child was 14 years old and was moderating his Discord, that there were multiple moderators of his Discord that were under the age of 18, that were 14 to 16 years old. The one that was on
Okay.
camera talking to him when he was being extremely sexual, asking the child very sexual questions, talking about the mother, that child is definitely 14 years old. He says so in one of the clips, and you can see the child on camera. Jenny covered it. I have seen the clip myself. It is a child, and he does say that he is 14 years old.
Yeah,
And he actually
I
is
would
very
love to see that
uncomfortable.
clip.
Yeah, I can probably try to contact Jenny. Earth may have it. I can definitely, either Jenny has it or Earth has it. I know that it was played in the live stream, and I know that Jenny put an overlay up, but I'll have to ask around to see who has the actual clip. But it's a boy. He has dark hair. I believe he's wearing a white sweatshirt. He's a light colored sweatshirt and has like video game earbuds on and has a game controller in his hand.
Yeah, so any of those clips, and I'll let everybody know, any of those clips, anything like that involving morbid and children, please, 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 please. I don't like to beg, but at this, you know, I think it deserves it. Please send me all the clips you can so I can disperse them to who needs to see them. Because like I said, I am in contact with individuals and they are very, very interested in this right now.
Yeah, I wrenched you so you could drop
Oh, well,
your
thank you.
email in the chat. Yeah, I want people to be able to get the information to you. So it'd be easier
Awesome.
if you type your email in the chat. And then there's a couple of streams I want to bring people's attention to. I've dropped your link in the chat. If any of the moderators can save that and drop it so we can get people over here to Ghost's channel. Here's the obviously there's a lot of content. Have at it. But I want you to bring, for this specific person, I want to bring your attention to these two live streams right here. I'm going to drop links
this
for
is
those.
just a recent thing for me. I went after a different individual. I'm not even going to say names for the reason that's why I'm here, because I kind of went after that person for doxing my wife. So that's why you have the ghost. And then, you know, I kind of go on to other individuals, but the morbid thing, I think, has literally taken all of my focus off of just about everybody else and just drawn everything to it because there's so much of it.
Yeah, and it's disgusting. It's
It
absolutely
like I said, I
Disgusting.
have to take breaks sometimes because and I was talking to another male in my chat earlier, and he completely understood where I was coming from. I told him, I said, being a male, it just literally tears me up inside to hear stuff like this. Like it triggers me, it enrages me almost. So I have to take breaks and I have to walk away because it upsets me just that bad. But at the same time, I feel like this has to be put out there.
Yeah.
And,
Oh,
and
yeah.
that's another reason why I went to the extent that I did, because you can't you can't just run around the internet doing this type of stuff.
Right. It's dangerous. It's inappropriate. There are terms of service and laws that are in place to prevent this. I want to show you. I'm sure that you probably have seen this. Some people watching may not have seen this. So the link that was sent to me where he called the mother in the background. So I want to show you this. So he just recently changed this to morbid re-uploads. This was TFATK. You can see down
that's
here.
why I was like, wait. Okay, that makes sense.
Yep.
Now. Okay.
He just recently changed it to morbid re-uploads. And so 10 months ago, he posted this video. But when you go to this channel, I'll drop the link. When I drop the link, I want you to look at the @ symbol that he uses. It's Jimmernam. And so in this video clip, I'm going to play a minute of it. I want you to see behind him where it says Jimmernation. And I'll just show you real quickly how I found the information that I had. Someone sent me, let me pull it up. Someone sent me this specific link and said, pretty sure this is morbid. And so when watching, and this is the video of him calling the mother.
Oh yeah.
And
okay.
so when
I actually watched this when you went on Earths, I believe it was. I actually watched this video.
I watched it and was like, holy shit, no mother deserves this. So I found it said Jimmernation, right? And then I went to the comments because the comments will tell you a lot. And so I noticed Jimmernam in the comments at Jimmernam. And so I went back and I was like, Jimmernation. In the video, you can hear people calling him Jimmer. So I thought, no way is this him.
Surely
so
not, right?
That's what I thought. The first comment he left, you stumbled upon Pandora's box. The truth is coming out, like he's taunting. And then he says, correction, the girl he called wasn't his ex-girlfriend. That was a lie/joke he made to make it sound better. He got the number of a mother whose son was making some comments in his YouTube chat and called her on air, doxed her phone number, and said what he said about her deceased son. Simply Updated, whose channel this comes from, I'll drop the link, says, oh, wow, really? That makes it even worse. I really can't stand that man. Some of the things he does is outrageous. So I found out that the other YouTuber goes by the name Unbleached. And this is, in fact, him. If you look at the icon here, it's the same one that he uses on this channel right here.
Wow.
In order, I always do like 3 steps to verify something before I consider it fact. So I click on it.
Please leave a message.
And it takes me right to the TFATK. He's now since changed it to morbid re-uploads. And he's so proud of what he did that he made the phone call his featured video.
Wow.
So then when you go to videos, listen, if we expect him to be ashamed of any of the shit that he's doing, we're going to be sorely disappointed. Because he has
very disappointed.
He has it all on this channel. This is his bragging place. And so I can assure you that some of the clips that you are looking for, his involvement with children, wishes death threat on his enemies. Let's see. Exposed true crime live stream doxer. These are the titles of these videos. Let me find them. Threatens death and doxing on his former co-host. Trouble with cam girls. This is one of the cam girl videos. called out for using cam girls. And then here's all the information about him being a ban evader. Quits YouTube for the first time. He was sued by, I believe, the NBA or the NFL or something. It was a professional.
Yeah, I think it was the NBA. Yeah.
And then up here is where admits. So TFATK, which is Jimmer. Let me show you this. When you go to the About page, he lists TFATK, which used to be the channel name, is a YouTube account ran by a banned YouTuber, lolcow, and potential groomer who has a long history of scandals. He goes by many names. Here are some of them. Jimmer Nam, Morbid Reality, Misery Box, TFATK, My Life Commentary, Baller Nam, Karen Meme, and Social Evil TV. He lists all of the banned channels right here. So here we have TFATK, who is morbid, played sexual content to children, video evidence. TFATK admits he showed a 12-year-old explicit material. Mod confirms allegations of porn on his Discord. This is the video that you're talking about.
That's
right
the
here.
one I've been looking for. Yes.
So let me play it for you. Let me drop the link.
Thank you.
Let me play it for you. Here's the link for that. And I tell you what, I'll put these in the private chat so that you can copy and paste them.
Yes, for sure. Thank you.
This one's 49 seconds.
Nah, I did not hear those words, my nigga.
You did Darius. I said, why did you make a 12-year-old your moderator? His literal words were, I said, why'd you show a 12-year-old porn? He said, just porn on the internet. Why did you show
exactly. That's not the same thing. So why don't you just say that? Why don't you just repeat what he actually said? Why do you have
I
to
just
change
did.
the words?
So it's okay to show.
You just did. But
So
you did
according to you, it's
before.
okay to show a 12-year-old porn because it's porn on the internet.
Yeah, because 12-year-old kids see porn, Kyle. We're in 12 years old before seeing porn.
Holy shit. Jackson, you gotta go, dude. I'm sorry.
All right. That looks like I get the
You can hear these children talking in the background. And they're, to me, there's no doubt that they're children.
Can we let Billiam talk? Can we let Billiam talk?
Dude, children porn. That is not something that is okay, you fucking creep.
That's the thing. I get the fuck a 14-year-old.
Trigger warning, guys. There's other ones. The mod confirms. I don't want to show the one that has the actual child's face in it because I don't want to exploit him any further. But this is the channel that has the videos. And again, I'm going to drop it in the back chat for you. If you look at the handle, it's at Jimmernam Videos. It's all right there.
Awesome.
There's right here, he gives someone's wife a panic attack and he's bragging about it. This is a very long video about cam girls. He's extremely disgusting. This person is completely disgusting. Here's the Unbleached. Here it is. So I was telling you about the YouTuber that goes by Unbleached.
Is he still around?
I'm not sure if he's still around or not. I had an email conversation with someone who said that he may have changed. He may have changed his name.
Okay.
He may have left for a little bit. But
yeah, I wish I could talk. I would like to talk to him, honestly.
Yeah, it would be great to just get like
play that.
Get like full context of it.
I actually, yeah. Before we started, I'm actually, I'm not going to say the individual's name, but I am trying to get into contact with an individual that does know a little bit more about morbid than I think most of us thought. So I'm really excited to get into contact with him because he's kind of he's not in the same box. Does that make sense? Where he's not really in the same box we all are in.
Mm-hmm.
He's in the boy, so he's kind of like he's over there. You know what I'm saying? So I'm really curious to see what exactly his thoughts and how he got into the whole morbid thing as well. So I just wanted to throw that out there as well.
Yeah. Oh yeah. I mean, there's so much to this guy that every single time you run into somebody who knows anything about him, it's another rabbit hole.
Yes, you're exactly right too.
There's like and they all have links and video clips and like personal stories. You know what I mean? I say the same thing about scammers online, you know, people who are constantly simping for other people's money. I say the same thing when you're standing in a room of 100 people and 99 people are pointing at one person saying they did the bad thing. 99 people cannot be wrong.
Right.
And here we
Exactly.
have the whole internet, like true crime. There's even stuff on here about, like, there's a Molly Golightly video somewhere where he's talking about getting into true crime for money. If I can find it real quick.
I
Something
think, is
about
it up towards the top? Is it Morbid Reality
here.
versus Molly Golightly? Yeah.
Yep. This one, true crime community is being infiltrated. Flirts with a 12-year-old and Discord shuts him down. Here's the Discord stuff. This
But now
channel
that
has
we
all of it.
mentioned his the true crime stuff, I think that's the thing that a lot, that's what I try and bring my community aware of, is like, look, he covers tragedy pimps, and most of the time most of us are like, oh, you know, someone to go against the tragedy pimps. But that's the thing. I think that's his play, is like, look, I'm the good guy, I'm going after tragedy pimps or whoever, you know what I'm saying? But in turn, for people that don't know the backstory and know how vile he is, they're only seeing what he's putting out on his channel as morbid right now, and that's going for the tragedy pimps.
Absolutely. I mean, how do you say you're a tragedy pimp? And how are you here doing the right thing and doing anything good when just a few months ago you had a disagreement with another YouTuber and you went so real life that you most likely emotionally traumatized a mother who had just months before that buried her child? You know what I mean? Like, how the fuck
Exactly.
are you a tragedy pimp when you're, you know what I mean? Like, hello, huge red flag for me. Another red flag was going into his chat for the first time. Somebody sent me the link, and I was like, before I had figured out that TFATK was him and that all these other channels were him. Hey, Matthew, you know, I went over into his chat and was like, well, it sounds like the same voice, you know, can't really go by that. Like, I'm not an expert voice analysis person or anything like that.
Right.
But so I typed in his chat like the eye emoji, and hey Joneson, I typed the eye emoji and was like, what's going on over here? Everybody was talking about what he was doing over there. I'm like, what the hell is he doing? And he wrenched me. And I've never ever had conversation with him. There's one person who goes by, I don't know, something coffee. She was exploiting the shit out of the Kylie Rodney case. And I put my brave pants on one day and went on her panel to try to say to her, listen, what you're doing is not okay. She had an open panel. And all I wanted to say to her was, can you please explain to me how you're benefiting the mother of Kylie Rodney when you're destroying her speech, when her speech pattern you can't relate to, or the fact that she giggled while talking to the media is something you can't relate to. Can you please tell me how ripping apart this mother who's going through the worst moments of her life right now, can you tell me how it's helping you? I couldn't get a word in edgewise because Morbid and the Glarer were on that panel, and just, I guess their intention was direct that stream, and I didn't know that, and I dropped down. He called me a stupid bitch. He called me honey, baby, sugar, all of those stupid names. And all I said was like, can I just have 2 minutes? And I ended up dropping down, realizing all three of them were insane, and there's no talking to any of them. That's my only contact with him, and he wrenched me. And I thought, that's what he's doing.
Wow.
That's what he's doing. He's just wrenching people that he knows has and I don't. How the hell does he know that I have a channel? I don't try to grow a channel. I will lurk and not even chat a lot. You know,
Same here.
so much going on that, you know, it was insane to me. He literally tossed a wrench on me. And so I thought maybe everybody has nope. It wasn't everybody that has a wrench. There were people that have channels that have wrenches. And so he must know that I have a channel, but it was weird. And for me, it started with that clip sent to me of the channel that was basically, you know, trying to figure out Simply Updated. That's the name of it. Yeah. And then I was just dumbfounded. I was absolutely dumbfounded that this guy could have so many channels removed, can be banned from the platform under so many different names, and keep coming back and just grab thousands of people in his audience. And I understand that Howard Stern was funny in the 90s, early 2000s. I get that. But like, He called the mother of another YouTuber that he's disagreeing with and said the wrong son died.
I know everyone compares him to like a Howard Stern show, and I'm not someone that was a avid watcher of the Howard Stern show or anything like that.
Me either.
I don't like the dude, but the dude's a dirtbag, but he did have some morals to him. I'm sorry, Morbid has no morals to him whatsoever. I don't know, people can be like, are you sure about that? Well, I mean, I'm not going to go into Howard Stern, but comparing the two, I have an issue comparing the two together. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
But I get why everyone says he has like a Howard Stern like show, because he does. It's just,
well, that's his
way,
description.
way worse.
That's what he says, that he brought Howard Stern to YouTube. He describes himself as a Howard Stern parody channel or something to that effect. Like, he brought that terminology, and a lot of people, he had over 150,000 subscribers on his main channel before he was deplatformed. So here's my thing, though. This is my point. Howard Stern, every single time you've seen him on camera, whether it was on his own show or he was doing an interview with another show, or he was out at a club and somebody just happened to walk up and, record him or whatever, he was the same person. His humor didn't change. Whether you liked it or not, he was the same person. I was disgusted by him too.
Yep.
Morbid is not. Morbid has went from being Howard Stern to child groomer to treating women like absolute shit to now all of a sudden he's a true crime tragedy pimp slayer. Like, what? That doesn't happen.
Make that make sense.
That doesn't happen. What life-altering, reforming tragedy or event took place in his life that made him see the light? Because he just keeps coming back in a different channel name, but doing the same shit. So I don't know much about Mommy Rambling's blog. I've heard terrible things. I've heard great things. I don't dip in the water over there. But
I try not to.
Exactly. I don't know what goes on over there. But what I do know is I don't care what she's done on this platform. She can hate people. She can call people names, like whatever it is. If she goes real life and people go real life on her, that's their business. It's not mine. What I don't understand is that Morbid and Glarer sat on that panel and talked so shitty about the fact that she lost a child and that she talked about it on her. I do the same thing. I talk about my son over here. I talk about his loss, my loss of his life. I talk about his death. I talk about grief. I do the same shit over here. I don't dox people. Never, ever have I. Never have I ever done that. I'm not monetized. I don't have Cash App. I don't have pay. None of that shit goes on. But I do the same goddamn thing over here. So if I disagree with Glare and Morbid, that's the first weapon that they're going to pick up.
Exactly. That's the respect they're going to show you.
Yep. Exactly. If they disagree with me, rather than say, I disagree with that, I think that that's wrong, I don't sit with that, and I'm willing to hear that conversation. If I say or do something and somebody comes to me and says, hey, I really want to talk to you about that, I am here for it. I will learn from my mistakes, not sit in them. But he made the phone call. He said the shit that he said. To me, that's who he is. You can't come in under another screen name and change your voice a little bit and pick an avatar and try to be funny, but do all of these horrible things. He's going into chats and trolling people he doesn't even know.
Mm-hmm.
Him and Glare sat on that panel for hours. I don't want to hear any more about your dead kid. Your husband doesn't even want to hear any more about your dead kid. He just wants to forget it and move on. The things that they were saying, I promise you they would not say to a grieving parent's face.
Oh, no. I honestly, the things they say, I don't think they would say to anybody's face, honestly.
Me either.
Anybody's.
Rip apart the bad behavior. Tell me I'm a shitty person if you feel that way. Have a conversation with somebody. You know what I mean? But to actually go the bullshit that they went, whether she's a good person or not, her son's death has absolutely no fucking bearing on her behavior on this platform other than she talks about grief. If she does bad things, keep it to that bad behavior. You know what I mean? I don't like Bombshell Reloaded because I think she's a scamming lying, manipulative, terrible human being. And I keep it to that.
With you there.
I've been accused of trolling her and her deceased family members' names. I have never done that. Never ever have I done that. Never have I made a troll account and someone's deceased. I've never dug anybody's information up. You know what I mean? But they did that.
Not like that.
So here's 2 examples. They did it to Unbleached's mother, who had nothing to do with YouTube. And then they did it to Mommy Ramblings. 2 people, one on the platform, one not on the platform, who have lost a child, and it was weaponized against them. That's disgusting. My fight.
God, that's disgusting. I have 3 young daughters myself, and I'm sorry, I couldn't imagine losing one of them. And the respect I have for you, Vilomah, and other individuals in the community that have lost a child, I can't even, it breaks my heart. So I couldn't even begin to imagine the pain and suffering y'all went through. I have nothing but respect for anyone that has lost a child. And for somebody like Morbid, just some random Joe Schmo on the internet to come along and do that to someone that's innocent, not even on YouTube, it really, really hurts. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. And here's another part of that people aren't aware of or whatever. Like, so the time in my life came where I realized that I was becoming comfortable in the pain and suffering, that it was a defense mechanism to everybody and everything, that I wasn't living life. I was going to work and coming home, and like, that was it. And so something had happened, something of significance had happened. And I thought, wait a minute, I have one child. If I give up and I sit down in the pain and suffering and I don't find a purpose or a reason or a silver lining every day, it's a choice every day. And if I don't make that choice every day, his legacy dies with him. His legacy dies with me. His life mattered to me. So where I don't expect the whole world to sympathize or empathize, not that I don't appreciate that. I 100% abundantly appreciate that. But if I give up and say, I'm just going to let pain and suffering become my security blanket, I'm going to wear it, and I'm going to expect people to tread lightly, wear kid gloves. Like, I'm not going to be that person, because my son's life mattered. 21 years, 9 months, 29 days on this earth. An amazing, absolutely the most amazing young man that's ever walked the earth. Yes, I'm biased. He was born on a pedestal, he didn't die on one. I will talk about him every fucking day if I want to. I will tell his story every day, because there's significance and growth in that. And somebody who may be struggling through something that he went through or that we went through can pick up and go with that. And I will create his legacy, and I will fucking brand it on every tree that I want to. But there's other people that are not like that. There's other people that are not like that. They haven't had that life-changing moment where they understand your child's life mattered, and you have to get up and you have to carry it, and you have to tell the world about it, and you have to love it. Take the pain and lean into it, but find comfort in knowing that you had them, and move on with that and carry it with you and find something positive. If that mother that answered that phone call was not in that state of mind, who knows the damage that could have done to her. If Mommy Rambling's blog is being a very terrible person on the internet, I can understand people don't like her, but what I don't understand is using her son's death against her. That's never okay.
No.
And there's 2 examples of it. So I was very glad that you picked this up and that you're passionate about it, because I know what's going to be used against me. Anytime somebody has a disagreement with me, they're going to call me a meth head, or they're going to pick up Cody and they're going to run with that and weaponize it and whatever. But they can't do that to you.
No. There's no, and like I said, everyone in, I guess, my little community, they've all tried, and it's to the point to where I just laugh it off now. So someone in my chat warned me last night, like, hey, he's going to go real life. He's going to go this. And like I said, I at this point, I've had it done so many times. I just don't care anymore. If someone wants to go real life on me, but yeah, I can turn around and I might save a kid from having to go through what some of the other children has went through with Morbid. Hey, I'm fine with that. In my book, that's a win.
It is a win. It is a win. And I'm so tired. Like, I honestly do not believe that women and men should be treated differently based on our gender. I don't believe that. I believe if you put it out there, you're going to get it. You know, I don't expect people to like be kind because I'm a woman or anything like that. But he attacks women. He's on the attack with women. He buddies up with Glairer and he's attacking women. And so this is the first time, other than Ben Vader, that he's up against a man. And so how he reacts to that will be very telling to me personally, because I'm not someone who's like, why is a man involved in women's drama? It's to me that it's not that. There's all kinds of people here that have opinions, and this is a place to give your opinion, and everybody has the right to do so. So I get tired of hearing that, you know, why is this man wrapped up in women drama? Here's something where a man is on the attack, has a history of treating women like shit, women that are vulnerable, going through real life things. So I would like to see how he reacts to you, who is big enough, tall enough, wise enough, and courageous enough to stand on your own and not be back down. I want to see how this goes.
And I mean, that's just real quick. I've got an amazing group of women that back me up as well. Nick and all them, they've done nothing but support me through all this. So I appreciate all of them. I don't want them to think I'm, you know, not thankful. They're really what got my channel to where it is now. And, you know, that's where I'm at right now. So I want to thank all of them. Vilomah, I've been watching you for a while now, just in the bushes. And I'm so glad, like, I did pick this up because I as soon as I did pick it up, I was like, man, I feel like there's more than just a couple individuals in the community that want me to cover this. And then I started asking around, and there was just more and more and more people like, yes, you need to cover this. You cover things differently. You look at things differently. You have to cover this. And as soon as I got that response, I was like, you know what? I'm picking it up. And that's why it was literally like all of a sudden, like, boom, and there I am with the morbid material, because that's kind of how I wanted it to go. I wanted to stay off. And like I said, I've been watching for 2-3 weeks now. I wanted to stay off the radar for a while just so I could kind of get a feel for myself, you know? Mm-hmm. And I just felt like yesterday was the right time. I'd heard
Absolutely.
enough, and I think that after hearing the final clips that I heard, I had finally put my foot down, and I turned to Peach and I said, you know what? I'm doing morbid content today. I'm done. And she's like, are you sure? And I'm like, yep, I'm done. I want to focus on morbid because this is disgusting, vile, and it needs to be stopped.
I agree completely, wholeheartedly. And I'm so glad that you're here. You have my full support. Anything I can do to help out, I'm here for it, just because I'm tired of seeing the same behavior. It's not okay. I mean, the children, the interactions with children, like, listen, I say it all the time. You've probably heard me say it. As human beings, we don't hide things that are good. We hide things that are bad. So the stuff that he was doing in Discord was not done out in the open. It wasn't done on YouTube. It was brought to caught, and his Discord was shut down. And then the people that had the information, the truth, put it out there. He didn't do this on YouTube. It was brought to YouTube. Now, I'm going to say I'm not a huge fan of Laura, Perplex QT, or Obnoxiously Relevant, whatever her name is now. I'm not a huge fan of her. She absolutely despises me. Okay. But somebody sent me a link where Morbid jumped up on her panel, and she handled him almost perfectly. I mean, she played the videos while he was on the panel and asked him, why is this okay? Why did you do this? Blah, blah, blah. She really gave it to him. He actually rage quit her panel, which was impressive. And so the last video that she played was him actually talking to an underage child in the Discord. And, you know, his only comeback for that was, do you believe that was child grooming, or that was pedophile, like interaction? Why aren't you calling the cops? Why aren't you on the phone with the cops? Why aren't you on the phone with the cops? Well, duh, because it was years ago. Your Discord got taken down. You know, it didn't happen yesterday or currently. It was a long time ago. Right. He didn't, you know, give her the chance to say that. He ended up rage quitting, which, again, I'm not a fan of Laura. She hates my guts and everything about me, but she handled that pretty well. She put it in his face and said, hey, you know, if you want to troll, let's troll. And she gave it to him. She absolutely did. So this is Ghost's channel. And so the Morbid streams are going to be this one. It says, shall we talk something morbid? Morbid Marathon. If you're interested in who we're talking about, I'm not going to play any of those. I want you to go to his channel. I want you to give his channel the view. I want you to make sure that you're subscribed. Make sure that you turn on the notifications, because there's a lot more truth that's coming out. And I think that you should be there to witness it. And I think we all, as a community, a group of people, should be supporting Evil Ghost, who's not evil, in what he's doing, because it's important, especially if you're a parent or if you have children in your life that you care about. If you want this community to be safer, we've got one of the worst people floating around, doing all of this stuff, and and none of it is good. None of it's healthy or helpful. Not even close.
And if you can honestly say that, oh, him going after tragedy pimps and this and that, it's okay. No, then you could be you might be part of the problem of why he's still around.
Look, if people believe that to be true, then I want to ask them this. If you're in the chat, I'm going to drop a link. Please come up and explain this to me. If you believe that he's a changed person, tell me what happened that changed him, because every channel before that he has had on this platform has been deplatformed. He's been ban evading for a very long time because of his terrible behaviors. All of the things on that previous channel, Morbid re-uploads, where he admitted to interacting with children in Discord, where he admitted to using and abusing content from cam girls, where he body shamed a shit ton of women, where he called the mother a mother who had recently lost her child because her other child was a YouTuber that he disagreed with, and said the wrong son died. Sorry that your son died of AIDS. The wrong son died. No mother or father deserves that kind of bullshit. Doxed out this YouTuber's mother. That's been his history since he's been on social media. So what changed? What changed? Because people don't change.
No, me personally, I don't know how. I don't know how you can change from that. I really don't. From being that vile and then one day being like, I'm a hero. I don't get it. I don't.
I don't either. He's no hero. There's nothing in his past that would make me think he's some type of hero in any capacity. He has exploited the shit out of the vulnerable, people going through real life things, tragedies, other people's hurt and suffering. Isn't that what people call a tragedy pimp?
Mm-hmm. And I guess to just real quick to elaborate, when I say everyone calls him a hero, if you watch his chat, that's how everyone acts. Like he's doing this great big like service. You know what I'm saying? And in real, it's not that at all.
Right. Some of the troll things that he has done that I have seen clips of have been funny. There's some people that are, easily trolled. And so he jumps on their panel and gets a reaction out of them. But I'm not talking about just the funny trolling. I'm talking about all the other unnecessary, extra, going the limit, doing the shit, playing dumb like he doesn't know. I'm talking about that stuff. That stuff is not needed. What he did to Mommy Ramblings blog, whether you believe that she is a good person or a bad person, what he did to Mommy Ramblings blog, he could have called out her bad behavior, the things that she's done that are not right, that are against terms of service, that are immoral, all of those things. From what I understand, I don't know personally, but there's a lot of people that think that there's years of things that they could have went in on, but they chose to go in on the fact that she lost her son over and over. And I agree with you, Zoots and Boots. Glare co-signing that was ridiculous. It's hard for me to believe that somebody is an advocate of anything when that's their first go-to.
When that's going on. And you yourself have said, oh, I support this guy. He's good to go in my book.
Right. Yeah, there's a lot of people, I was okay with the glare until I saw these clips. And then I thought, what the hell? Like, how are people okay with this? And I also can understand and relate to being in a community and getting caught up in what you believe to be the fun, and when it takes a hard left, and now it's not so much fun as it is somebody is being hurt or taken advantage of or manipulated. I've been in that position, and sometimes when you take a step back and really look at unemotionally, you look at what's really happening here. And then I catch myself and then I feel guilty for that, if people could
It's
do
an
that.
eye opener. Yeah.
It
Can I
is.
say just one thing and then I'm going to jump down? Just so
Yes.
everybody knows, so it's not twisted in case somebody sees it. I did leave a comment on the replay of Morbid's live when he went on panel with Laura to thank him for taking the focus off of me. And that was it. Just so it can't be twisted. That's what I said. That's it. All right.
Yeah, I hear we're the topic of
Everybody
discussion.
knows that. Thanks.
Sure
Bye.
thing, Lise. Take care.
Okay.
Yeah, I wanted to like the glare. I really did. I mean, when I go into someone's chat and I don't say anything wrong or whatever, sometimes and then I get blocked. I'm like, what the hell did I do? I didn't do nothing, and nobody has a name like my name on the platform. But that happened, and then I went back. I was somehow unblocked. I went back in. Always been polite over there. I went in a handful of times, and then I just thought, it's just weird. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
It was just some rudeness, whatever. I've talked to him in other chats, and it been okay. Like it's, been a conversation, very short, very brief, whatever. But when I see the way he's interacting with what Morbid's doing, it is hard to stomach because I wanted to like the glare. I wanted to respect him and think that he was really here for a good reason. But I mean, how do you go from advocate of something in the morning to at nighttime just being terrible?
That was kind of my thing too. Like I guess I didn't really want to get into the glare when I first started the morbid stuff. And it seemed like the more I listened and the more I dug into it, like the more the glare is coming up. So then like I did my first morbid stream and in the beginning I said, I'm not here to talk about the glare. And it seemed like the more that it went on, the more I'm bringing his name up. And I got to thinking to myself, well, hell, if I'm bringing up the glare's name so much while talking about this, it has to mean something,
Yeah. Yeah, I think that this is just my opinion. When Morbid had a channel last year, I think it was called Morbid. What was it called? Morbid something. It was Morbid something. He buddied up with the glare and, they were being kind of funny at that point. And then I don't remember what it was that happened, but I was kind of like, I'm out. I can't be down with that stuff.
Right.
So I'm not, this is just my personal opinion from somebody that has kind of been on the outside looking or watching in, but it seems to me that Morbid wants to come back. He wants to build this empire, this big channel and be YouTube famous. And he's going to do it however he can do it. He's smart to know that people here are drama fed. If you fire up a drama live stream, you'll have 300-400 people in your chat. If you are talking about something that's not drama related, then, you're lucky to get 40-50 people in your chat. People they chase the drama. And so the more drama he brings, the more people are there watching, the more he makes off of it. And so Glare is another man that comes from a little bit of controversy and has his own issues where, he's easily accepting to people. So I don't think that I don't know, it's just my opinion or my question. Does the Glarer even realize that it looks like he's being used in order to weasel his, Morbid to weasel his way into different communities, mostly the true crime community? Do you think that he's being used? Because it kind of looks to me like maybe he's being used. Morbid reality. Thank you, Johnson.
I agree. It does feel that way. Like he is somewhat trying to ride the Glare's coattails, if you will.
Yeah. That's what it feels like.
Yeah, I agree.
Glare has somewhat of a decent sized channel. He's a lot of subscribers, a lot of supporters. And I'm not saying anything terrible about the Glare. I really want to like him, but it's hard watching this stuff go down. It's really hard.
Yeah, I agree.
To overlook it. And, and clearly Morbid is desperately trying to build that empire that he once had at 150,000 subscribers. And there has to be limits. There has to be standards. There has to be, there has to be people that are willing to stand up and say like this is not okay. For me, using deceased, children as weapons is not fucking okay. It is not okay. And so when Glare is sitting there drunk off his butt, going with it, enjoying it, participating in it, encouraging it, and then it just runs right off the rails. For me, I'm like, you're a piece of shit too then. Like, there's so many other things that you can pick to bitch about or to go after or to talk about. That should never be used.
Yep. I
That's my
agree with you
opinion on it.
wholeheartedly. It's just anyone that can weaponize a deceased child, in my mind, can literally weaponize anything against you, and they will weaponize anything they can against you. So it just shows you the type of character. Like, he may not act like this after he gets off the internet, you know what I'm saying? But that character, that flaw inside of that character is still there. It didn't go anywhere.
Thank you. I couldn't agree more. It doesn't. It takes a life for someone to really change who they are at the core. It takes, especially when they're so set in their ways. So when someone has for years been a terrible person, exploited children, exploited vulnerable people, done the things that Morbid has done, from my own personal experience and so many other people that I know and have talked to, it takes a life-altering something to happen in your life for changes in that capacity to take place. People don't just wake up one day when something, when work, like Bombshell, she's been a shit person for years. She's done nothing but destroy people on this platform. And so for years and years and years, it's worked for her. It hasn't stopped. She hasn't changed because it's still working for her. You know what I mean? When it's working, you don't want to stop doing it. I don't know what happened, but I agree, Zoots and Boots. I almost had sympathy for his position. Yeah, I freaking feel you on that. But up to the point that he was a willing and able participant, that's when I said nope. And I'm nobody. I am absolutely no moral authority. I am no perfect person. I make mistakes. I will make mistakes again in the future, but I will learn from them and do better the next time.
And that's what makes a lot of people different, if you can actually learn from your mistakes.
Yeah, I will do that. I made one hell of a mistake on this platform almost a year ago, and in a rage on a live stream said some very ugly things. 2.5, 3 hours, however long it was, the same night before I lay down to go to bed, I could not sleep because I knew what a mistake I had made. And that it wasn't just the person that my anger was directed at that was going to be hurt, but all the people who would be affected in one way or another that was going to trigger them. And they didn't deserve that. And it was not the right thing to do. And it made me a terrible person. And I couldn't lay down and go to sleep, even try to go to sleep, until I made an apology video. Now, the whole internet can refuse to acknowledge the apology video and constantly throw in my face that I said something. I own it. I'm not denying that I said that. I don't see that happening. Laura blatantly called him out and did a damn good job of doing it. Played the freaking videos and he rage quit. Again, we don't hide things that are good. We hide things that are bad.
Crazy question. Do you know anyone? Are those videos on her channel or anything?
On Laura's, I think it's on the STFD and Listen. Here, I'll pull it up for you. I think it's on that one.
I would just kind of like to watch them and see, because my big thing is I normally don't go to the other side. You know what? Because I feel like if I just take myself to the other side, like for instance, if Morbid was to ever call me on panel, I'm not going to go to his stream and I'm not going to get on his panel. I'm already going to go there in the defensive mode. So therefore, I'm not going to get accomplished what I want to get accomplished and said if I'm already going in defensive, if that makes sense. So like my big thing is, if you want to talk to me, you can come to me. You come to me, we'll have a civil conversation. If you call me out and expect me to come over to your stream, then we're not going to accomplish anything. You know what I'm saying?
Right. Absolutely.
So that's why I'm kind of curious to see how the reaction between the two was,
Yeah, I put it in the private chat for you, the link to that stream. She starts the stream off talking a whole lot of shit about me and Lisa Levesque. By the way, I'm not a meth head.
I know, don't worry.
I played that.
Don't worry.
I laughed so
Oh,
hard.
shit.
Like, dude, I got drug off the side of a train, was knocked out, and dragged 500 feet. Like, I have dark circles because I'm not girly and I don't freaking wear makeup like that. I ain't doing it. Ain't doing it. Don't
Peach
care
just
about
walked
that
in the
shit.
room and looked at me and said, "Wait, Laura has a new channel."
Apparently, she changed the name to STFD and Listen. I don't know. I don't follow or anything. When people send me clips and then
No.
I go watch it. But
That's about it. Yeah.
yeah. But he
So,
did
alright.
he did pop up in that one. It's towards the end, I believe.
Okay.
Yeah, I believe
that's
it's
what it
towards
looks
the
like.
end.
Yeah, it looks like it's towards the end.
You can see him pop up. And I think that so here's the funny thing about what happened, why I appreciate what Laura did. So thank you, B10. Appreciate that. So here's what I thought was funny about that was like when he jumps on your panel, he's also live streaming. And so he's live streaming to his audience when you let him on the panel. And so Laura was smart enough to know that. She knew that he was going to be streaming to his channel. And so when she started playing the clips, like the first clip, you could tell his butthole puckered up, his ass got a little chapped. And then whenever she played the second one that actually had, the child in the video, he rage quit. And she said, and it didn't dawn on me. Like, I just thought he rage quit. But the truth of it, like, I believe what Laura said, newsflash. I think that she's right when she said he didn't want his audience to hear what was on that clip. You'll notice that he's on the panel. He sees it come up. He sees the video come up and then bam, drops.
So he doesn't even let the video play before he drops.
The second one, no. Mm-mm.
Wow.
Nope.
Okay. That says a lot right there.
Yep. We don't hide what's good. We hide what's bad.
Yep. That says so much right there.
Yep. He dropped. So the first one is like, that one's been out. It's been spread around. The second one I had only seen one time in one other place. And so, yeah, the way I was looking at it, right, when I went back and watched it was the first one plays. And then Laura says, "What do you got to say about that?" in her way. And he's like, "Well, if you really think that that's exploitation or pedophilic, why aren't you on the phone with the cops? Why aren't you calling the cops?" And then he won't answer her question. So she says, "Well, let me give you the second one then." And she screen shares that one. And about 2 or 3 seconds after that pops up on the screen, he freaking drops. Like, he didn't want his audience to hear that video.
I'm gonna have to. You know what? I'm gonna have to do some magic on that one. And I'm like, woo, that's a good one.
He dropped. I believe he clipped it on. And see, here's another thing too. I heard you talking about that he takes his live streams down and then puts them back up in videos. And I looked. That is true. He does that so he can clip out whatever he what he wants to clip out.
We deal with a lot of individuals like that right now, to where they'll do these crazy long, like 12, 13, 14, 15, 24-hour long streams, and then they'll take them down immediately as soon as they're done, and they'll clip out everything they don't want anybody to hear, and then they'll put it out as a video or whatever like that. So you only get the context that they want you to hear.
Absolutely.
That's a big problem with YouTube. It's like everyone here is all they want is information, but yet then you've got creators that you're following out there that are giving you information and then they're retracting it all afterwards because they're deleting everything. And I never said that. That was never said. So unless you record it, you don't know if they ever even said that or not.
Right. Yeah, it's very telling. It's absolutely very telling. Very telling. And now for those idiots over there in a watch party, they're like, whenever she deletes videos. Look, if another parent gets on the panel and talks about their loss, you absolutely bet your ass I put that on private, give them the link, and then I never play it again without their permission or them asking me to. That's a respect thing. It's a respect thing.
I ran across the same situation here just about a month ago. I won't go into details. Individual was going through something in our community. It was played on my live stream and I refused to keep it there. So I did. I took it down and I edited that part out. You're daggone right I did, because I would do it for anybody, because I'm not here to exploit somebody that's going through pain. Do you know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, absolutely. I could not agree more with that statement at all. At all. I got 3 questions for you. This is my new thing that I do.
Awesome.
They're get to know you questions.
Ooh, I
for
like
people
these.
blending communities and things, you know.
Oh, nice. Yeah.
So if you could pick one superpower, what would your superpower be and why?
All right. I'm already a ghost, so I'm already invisible. Okay. So I
Mhm.
have to pick something else. So I'd probably pick super strength.
Super strength and why?
Yeah. Because growing up, the Hulk was always my favorite character. Out of anything, I always loved the Hulk, so I'm always like the super strength type person.
Oh, okay. That makes sense.
Yeah.
I get that.
Yeah.
I get that. Interesting.
Mhm.
Okay, number 2. What's the most daring thing that you've ever done?
Daring or stupid?
Daring. Daring.
Daring. Okay.
Daring.
Okay. Yeah, Pete's actually just reminded me of something. I literally packed up my whole family and moved very, very far away from anybody that I'm even closely related to or even knew.
Damn.
And we kind of just did our own thing.
Wow. That
Yeah,
is
so
very daring.
and it was kind of on a, I wouldn't say we came where we are because it was like on a whim. I had other things kind of planned and lined up for this area, and everything kind of just fell into place. And my parents were like, "No, you better not, or we're going to kick your ass." And I said, "I'm sorry, I have to."
Yeah.
Back the offer up, so you know that. Yeah, I'd probably say that.
Picking up what you're putting down. Good deal.
Yeah.
And lastly, if you had a warning label, what would it say?
Warning, no filter.
No filter. I kind of thought that might be.
Yeah.
I kind of thought that might be it. I love doing the questions with people and kind of getting to know people and other people getting to know people. I think it's kind of cool to do.
Thank you. I really do like that. That's a really
Yeah.
way to like introduce someone new to a channel or anything. That's a really good idea, Vilomah. I like that.
I love it. I'll drop the link to there's actually a list of questions that I found on a psychology website. And
Nice.
they're thought provoking. And yeah, I mean, you're not giving away, hey Jenny, you're not giving away like your identity or anything like that. But
Right. Those are
it
really
allows
cool.
people who are listening to you or you know, lurking to kind of get to know a little bit more about you. I think it's interesting.
Yeah, I love that. That was really neat.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
So I guess I'm gonna go ahead and jump off here.
It was great having you.
If you want, stop by tomorrow.
For sure.
I do a weekly I don't know if you might have already seen it, but I do a weekly newscast every Sunday where I take clips throughout the week, throughout my community, and I kind of throw them into a newscast, and we do a little news thing. So anybody that hasn't been updated in the community or anything like that, they kind of get a little update of all the little drama and tidbits that happen throughout the week. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, it's funny.
I try.
I have seen them. Yes, very much so. Definitely. We're dropping the link throughout the chat so people know where to go. I really, really, really hope that people follow what's coming out and pay attention to how Morbid handles this whole situation. Hopefully, it's my hope that he's able to admit mistakes and explain growth and make a commitment to do better. And I hope that he holds to that. But there are some things from his past that I believe if he wants to be accepted into anyone's community, I feel like the past behaviors are so terrible and so scary. They're scary that he does owe explanations to people.
I agree 100%. I hope that as well. I'll be honest with you, Vilomah. I don't ever see a change ever happening in that man from what I've heard. I just think that certain things are just so far ingrained into your body and your soul sometimes that it's impossible. You know what I'm saying? It doesn't matter after it's been ingrained into your mind so long, you just follow that,
Yeah.
I hope he does,
hopefully.
but I just, man, it's so hard to think that he could,
I hope so. I really like to see the best in people and hope for the best when it comes to situations. I really do try not to be negative about them. This one's scary though. This one is absolutely scary. There's a lot of people, very much. And when we think about the vulnerabilities of groups of people on the platform, not denying my own, it's scary to think that there's someone that doesn't want to explain or give those explanations. I think that parents and people are owed those explanations.
They
It's my
deserve
opinion.
those. Yeah.
Absolutely.
I agree with you 100%. All right. Well, I appreciate you having me up. I'm going to hop down here. I'm going to let you do your thing. Vilomah, much respect. I love your streams. I'm glad you're back.
Thank you. Thank you for that. I appreciate it.
Everybody that's, come from Vilomah's, this community, everything, I really appreciate the support. I think I'm going to need it upcoming because, like I said, I didn't want Morbid to really know about me from the get-go. So he's going to know about me real soon, I think, after I make some more emails. So
yeah, for sure. Hopefully he handles it with understanding. But thank you so much. I
hope so.
Huge round of applause. I appreciate your time today. Thank you.
Thank you, Vilomah. Thank you, everybody. Vilomah, you have a wonderful rest of your day.
All right. We'll see you tomorrow for sure.
Have a good one.
You too. Is that you?
Is that you?
It's me. How are you?
Not bad.
Oh, shit.
Oh, that's I have my Laura face on. I'm sorry.
What's happening? That face.
That's my Laura face.
That head.
It's my Laura face. Yeah.
That head. What the hell's happening?
No, so for me, I don't think there's anything called demonstrable change for anybody that has anything to do thick and disgusting with children. I don't care if you went and repented your sins and overturned everything and donated all your money and became a great person for the rest of your life. You're always going to be a scumbag because you have attacked one of the greatest assets that the world has, and that is called the innocence of children. You can never get that back. Once it's taken, it can never be gotten back. We owe it to children to allow them to maintain that innocence of life, where they can look at the world and be so awestruck and thrilled that they exist on this plane of existence, instead of having that innocence ripped and stolen from them, because it will, speaking from experience, warp the reality around you and what your expectations are of the world. It will forever. It can never be undone. It cannot be undone. Cannot be untrained. You can't become a good person, and something that kid that you corrupted and destroyed is also healed. It's like crushing a plastic bottle and apologizing to it and expecting the bottle to magically be whole again. It doesn't work like that. So for me, and I call me cynical or whatever, there is no forgiveness and no change for anybody that does that stuff to children at all, ever.
I like your analogy. Once you break it, you can't put it back together and make it the same as it was before the damage.
No, and people like that, people that abuse children physically, sexually, emotionally, psychologically, those people are dangerous people in the society. They are people. You have to think about what type of person has the ability to do that to a child. What in their, if they even have a soul, what in their mindset, in their emotion, in their body makes it seem to them that is an acceptable practice in society. And it logically, you shouldn't be able to answer that, because we're logical people. We're logical people who look at life and look at our children and worship the ground they walk on, because we made this. We made this child. To be able to turn around and abuse somebody else's child that they made in any way, shape, or form, I think it removes you from the mark of humanity. You are not a human being. You are not a good person. no amount of change can ever make you a whole person again. That's for God to sort out, not me. I'm not God. I'm a human being. I have thoughts, feelings. I sin. I'm judgmental. I'm an asshole. I'm all the things that people want to call me. But the one thing I'll tell you I am not is I'm not a child abuser, I'm not a child user. I believe that children are our greatest asset as human beings, and they deserve, not even just, they are required by us adults to ensure their protection so that they can grow up in this world free from oppression, free from attack, free from everything that we can as adults to ensure that they have a life ahead of them, because these are the people that are going to inherit the earth that we leave behind.
So can I ask you a question?
Yes.
Your opinion. So when
Sure.
someone is confronted with evidence of their past wrongdoing involving exploiting children, harming children, when it's video, audio put together, when it's evidence, and they refuse to admit anything, include even just their part, even just saying, I'm having trouble with people that aren't willing to or aren't capable of, or whatever the reason may be. But when someone is confronted with a mistake that they've made or wrongdoing that they've done, and they're not willing to even own that they were a part of it, most of the time people are like, I didn't mean it that way, it was taken out of context, or they make up these bullshit excuses. What's your opinion of someone who's confronted with evidence, proof, and they flat out won't even address it? They won't even have conversation about it other than say that those clips are manufactured. What's your opinion about someone that won't even sit in it, won't even have an adult conversation about it?
It sounds very similar to something that a predator or pedophile would say in an interrogation room, or in a courtroom, or in counter examination on a stand, or in prison when they're about to get the shit beat out of them, because most prisons don't like child abusers. They're a person who have made it seem like it's what they're so far gone that they believe what they do is okay, and that the societal shift around us, there are groups of people trying to make things like this okay, Vilomah. They're trying to make it seem like it's a natural thing for adult human beings to feel this way or do these things to kids. So far gone that they think what they do isn't a crime. So therefore, even if you confront them with it, to them, it's so far believed that what they're doing is okay that it's not wrong. And they will refuse to admit it. And they'll come up with categories or some sort of medical report about their imbalance or chemical difference that makes them feel and see these things. I'm sorry. I lived through 7 years of this shit. 3 of those years being told it was my fault. And I've had people on this platform, as you well know, turn that into some kind of cannon fodder. You weren't raped enough. Maybe you need to go get raped more by priests and do that. Like it's a joke, because in their minds, it's okay to talk and say things like that. They've made it okay. So even if you confront them with those things, they don't think they've done anything wrong. Well, Angelo's an asshole, so he deserved it. That's the mentality that the societal shift has given to people who do these things, and social media has exasperated that to a level that is insane on this platform, because the world around us, our individual cities and towns, they don't know anything about cyber crimes. They don't know anything about what's going on in this stuff. So they're so far behind that opening investigations, it's like a daunting task for people to be like, well, this guy is definitely abusing children online. I need to report it, because you can report it to YouTube all day long. I hate to break people's bubbles. YouTube doesn't care about you folks. They don't care about us. They don't care about you. They don't care about anybody. They have rules in place, yeah, that people break, but that's not so that they can go and take those channels down. It's so that if shit hits the fan and somebody loses their life on something that's social media related, and they come under investigation, they get to sit before the inquiries and go, well, we have these rules in place. And that absolves them of culpability of the crimes being committed. When the reality of it is they have a handful of employees that never see any of the reports unless the algorithm is filled out to a point where it triggers a human response. And it's the same thing in the real world.
So do you remember not too long ago, it was either here or over at Earth's panel, we kind of were talking about something similar that was going on, and what we were talking about was how freely people use the word pedophile or rapist or advocate or narcissist or all of those words. And so you had made a statement that when people use the word pedophile so much in one place, like social media, like on YouTube, people are always being called a pedophile, that it waters down the impact of what the word is intended to mean.
It does. Like, there are people who call Bombshell a pedophile. I don't think she's a pedophile. I think she's a predator. And I think there's a vast difference between the two. A pedophile is a person that is specifically seeking children for sexual gratification, whether it's sex with the child, sex on themselves, while watching a child, or something along those lines. That is the definition of a pedophile. Is a grown adult. It's typically men, but there are women that do it, that are seeking gratification of a sexual nature in the form of a child or the image of a child. Where predator, not necessarily sexually stimulated or sexually related, but more strength, coming from a point of strength relation. Predatory behaviors, like predatory lenders, is to prey on weak-minded or emotionally weak individuals in order to gain an upper hand of strength against them, whether it be intellectually or physically or emotionally, in order to succumb them to your whims, which again isn't normally about sex, but more about money, gratuitous, or some sort of monetary gain. It's not this. Very rarely is a predator about sex. It's more about gaining something outside of that, which is, like I said, items or something like that. So there's a big difference between pedophile and predator. Morbid is, in my opinion, a pedophile because he seeks gratification of a sexual nature by engaging in interactions and conversations with minors that typically we find as adults unacceptable behavior. And then Bombshell is a predator who preys on intellectually weak or emotionally weak or scarred individuals who have some sort of a crisis in their life, whether it's the death of a loved one or recovery from an addiction. They seek to control that behavior so that it benefits them in a monetary way, and that's where I see the difference. So I try not to throw the words out unless they fit the person, and the reason for that is because it does weaken the emphasis of what we're trying to do. Like, the guy from Kentucky is he confessed to doing things to children as the babysitter. He is the very definition of the pedophile word, but because of how weak the word is on this platform, it takes so many of us to ensure that people remember the things that he's done. So it takes people like Irish Steve-O, it takes people like my brother Shredder, it takes people like God, I can't even think of his name because they're all channel names. But our group that we when we point out pedophiles is a very large group of a few hundred of us. Some of us are under the Viper umbrella. Some of us are under pedo chaser groups. Some of us are in Kentucky. Some of us are not in Kentucky. They're all over the place. And we work with these people or these organizations in order to hold people accountable for the things they are so that their channels don't grow. A lot of people think our goal is to get people off of YouTube, which it'd be great if that were the purpose, but that's really not the purpose. The purpose is so that your name comes up in an algorithm along with the accurate accusation of what it is you're doing. I don't care if you maintain a YouTube channel, but if you Google C Love High Street, I guarantee you there'll be 5 videos of his confession of the crimes that he committed when he was 16, 17, and 18. That's what our goal is. Our goal is to affect the algorithm that we know exists in this platform to ensure that when people, if you Google morbid within the next month or so, eventually those things that he's done, they'll come up on other people's channels, other people talking about him, and it'll make it harder and harder and harder for him to gain traction and to gain momentum. That's our goal.
Right. I agree with you.
We can't beat the algorithm. We have to use it.
Right. Yeah, I agree with you. I mean, there should be plenty of space here for everybody. For sure. Gina is going through something right now. I want to invite Gina up if she would like to. We were talking a little bit yesterday in another chat. Gina,
I'm gonna step
there's the
down so
link.
you can have your girl talk, okay?
Okay, thank you. I appreciate you, Angela, very much.
Hey, thanks for what you do, and thanks for holding the flame to the people that need it.
I love you. Thank you. I know you always got my back, and that means the world. Gina, you want to come up? Listen, I'm going to play a couple funny things while we wait on Gina. Take your time. Get ready. So I love making these little, I don't know, what do you, I don't know. Tell me what you call them. So we have a message from Crimes and Fashion.
Your time might be better spent, I don't know, maybe perhaps finding someone who could help you gain some insight into yourself, because you are a miserable, wretched, soulless bitch with incredibly bad hair, and your teeth aren't that great either.
Oh, hey, Joneson, are you still here? Because I forgot till right now that someone wanted me to send this clip to you. Is Joneson still here? I don't know if she's still here or not. Let me play another one while we see if Joneson is still here. This is my friend Matthew from Matthew is Silly AF.
Yo, before I forget, let me say this real quick. That lady, Vilomah, the Vilomah lady, she pretty dope. She pretty dope. Shout out to her. Yeah, out to her.
Don't tell me he's not great. Let me drop a link to his channel for those that are interested in commentary, and he does a lot of interviews. There's a channel link for that. Is Joneson still here? If not, somebody can tell her. Let me play this for Joneson quick. Hey, Gina, is that you?
Yeah.
Okay, I'm going to play something funny for Joneson real quick.
Okay.
And then we'll talk.
In a minute, I'ma need a sentimental man or woman to pump me up. Feeling fussy, walking in my Balenciennes, trying to bring out the fabulous. Cause I give a fuck way too much. I'ma need like 2 shots in my cup. Wanna get up.
I think it's funny every time I play it. It makes me laugh. What's going on, girl? Let's talk. It's nice to finally meet you kind of in person.
Yeah, thank you for having me up.
Yeah, absolutely.
I am just dealing with a lot right now. I mean, I've been for months, but it seems to keep getting worse. And I don't understand why. I don't know who these people are. I don't want to know who these people are. I know they come from MGLs, and they are like determined to destroy me, and they go after my friend Christy too. And people think I'm crazy when I say this, but they ask what the end game is. I'm like, well, to me, it's obvious. They are trying to push people so much that they want us to delete ourselves. I mean, I don't know if you guys have seen what MGL was saying to Nini last week, but it was absolutely disgusting. So I don't know why anybody would be surprised that that would be their goal. They don't care about others' lives.
I don't know. When you say MGL, are you talking about Molly?
Molly Golightly, yeah.
Okay. I don't follow her, and I don't think I've ever spoke about her.
I don't even think about her. She screwed me over. It is what it is. I wanted to move on, but they keep going real life, like enough isn't enough. And I haven't even really got nasty back. I just lost 3 people this year. My dad, my aunt, and my best friend, they all died within like 3 months. It's a lot to lose one person in a year. But to have 3 like that, and I haven't even, like, I'm still in shock from that. And then I got all this other stuff. I have to take my cat, who is like my child, because I can't have human babies. So that's the closest thing I'm ever going to have to being a mom. And I love him like I gave birth to him myself. And now they're trying to mess with him and his appointments. I had one of my friends on here, she really blessed us, and she's really trying to help us to get him shots, because his shots are due, and he has to be up to date with everything, or I could get kicked out of my apartment. So like, this is a matter of like not just his health, but like our housing as well. And I don't drive, so we finally found a mobile vet. And this mobile vet, they stood me up the first day. They said they were like a block away from my house or something. Turns out they were probably on the other side of Pennsylvania. So I'm out there with Enzo, my cat, in his cat stroller for like an hour, just waiting for this guy. And I'm like, screw it, I'll go live. It's not going to be that entertaining of a live, but just for to have people to talk to. And I was lightly bitching about this guy, this Brian vet guy, because he was screwing my time, and it's disrespectful. And I'm really big on that. Like, you don't screw people's time over. You can't replace time.
Right.
So when he does it then 3 days in a row, yeah, I'm pissed. But I was even still laughing on my live and everything. Like, I have people that we all respect. They even said I didn't do anything wrong. They were in my chat. There was no hostile environment or anything. So I woke up yesterday and I got a text from this vet. And this is the 3rd day now that I've been ghosted. But I'm like, okay, whatever. We're going to get this done and over with. I won't have to worry about this for another year. I'll get the paperwork. I can give it to housing. We'll be good. And then I get a long text from these people, these vet people, and they said someone sent them my link from my live stream the other day, and they won't be coming here and taking care of my cat because it's a hostile environment. And I'm like, are you freaking kidding me? Like, it was like mission impossible to even get this accomplished. And we were so close. And then earlier, I was in Crimes and Fashion because I'm good friends with her. And she don't even know who the heck this chick is. Nobody really even does, because she kind of just came out of left field. And so that's another reason why I don't understand why, like, she hates me so much, because she must be getting paid damn good by MGL to troll me or something. That's all I know, because you would have thought I slept with her man or something. Like, she is out to get me, and not just get me to like upset me a little bit. No, they're like breaking me. And the reason why, because at first we're all thinking, why the hell would somebody go, who ever heard of going real life on our pets? Now our pets aren't even safe. But
can I tell you that on this platform, whenever It does seem to go real life immediately. There's really no middle ground. Having a disagreement with somebody almost immediately results in going real life. And so I've learned myself through past experiences that there are people that will find out what your prized possessions, what your quote unquote hard limits are, the things that you most value in life, and they will absolutely go straight for them. Unfortunately, we don't know that coming into this platform. We don't know that there are people out there that are like that, and that that's what their goal is. As soon as you disagree with them, or you become of no further use for them, or you disagree with who they are or what they're doing, that's the first thing that they do. They go literally on the attack, and they go right
And I
for
don't
the
know why,
cutthroat.
because there's so many people out here that are calling these people out, and I'm really not. And I'm getting like screwed over so bad. Me and my friend Christy are just trying to like do our lives and worry about our own crap. And like they're going real dirty. And what sucks is I don't always have receipts. And I hate that saying receipts or it didn't happen. Because you know what? Everybody should know that sometimes in life you're in certain shitty situations where you can't get a receipt for whatever reason.
Right.
And either
Right.
you believe me or you don't. And that's fine. But like, I don't
Right.
understand. So this chick was in my chat, and I wasn't even being that like rude to her or anything. I didn't say, get her out of here, block her, she's trash, this and that. I did call her out though for because I clipped her like weeks ago. Her and Jilly were on a panel, and they said if Christy didn't comply to what they wanted her to do, there will be more lies coming out about Gina Diamond and Spicy Little Princess. So she's attacking Christy's friends because Christy didn't do what she wanted her to do. So see, I don't even have anything to do with any of this crap.
Can I tell you? So I understand the receipts or it didn't happen ideology here, but let me tell you
I
this.
get it, but it's not.
When it comes to your real life and what's harming your real life, you move in silence. You don't. This is my advice. You move in silence. You go to your local law enforcement and you advise them of what's happening. You file reports that they recommend that you file. You do what they tell you to do in order to protect yourself, right? You don't bring it to the internet until after it's over and you've gotten through the end result of it, and then bring it. I had a very similar situation very recently, and the more that you bring it to YouTube, and I'm talking about when it's affecting your mental health, when it's affecting your real life, when people are involved and negatively affecting your real life, you have to think about you more than showing their bad behavior. You do that after the fact.
Yeah,
If you go
that's
to
what
your
I'm not even worried about showing their bad behavior. I just want it
Okay,
I
good.
want it to go away. Yeah, I don't even care. I'm not trying to
Good.
expose all these people and whatever. Although I do think people are wasting their time on people. Yeah, there's some crappy people that are getting exposed, but there's some ones that are doing it way dirtier and way more secretive, almost to the point where you can't prove certain receipts, and then you get gaslit, and then like a community's looking at you like you're nuts because you don't have a screenshot to show them. And I'm like, that's just
Right.
not realistic. Not everybody's making stuff up. Not everybody's nuts. And I just feel like I'm kind of getting gaslit too, and like ignoring people doesn't work. I took a break off of the internet, and I was in the bushes for like a week and a half, and I felt good. I needed that time. I was worrying about my real life. I was doing DIY projects. I was starting to feel good. So then I started finally going live on here, and I didn't even want to. I've been saying for months, something in my gut's telling me, not yet, not yet. And then I felt a little comfortable, and I went against my better judgment, and I started doing it, and people loved it. I loved it. It was a great time. But I don't think I'm a threat. I don't understand why I'm worth going after. I'm not rich, famous, or any of that. So like, I just don't get it.
So if I were you, what I would do is first start with your local law enforcement and let them know that somebody's contacting your where you live. You know, the management office and messing with your real life. They can track those calls. if they're messing with your vet care, I would let them know that. Let them know it's persistent, it hasn't stopped, and get local law enforcement involved. And then if after this ends and you feel safe and people have left you alone, you choose to bring it to the platform because you want to make other people aware, do it for that reason and bring those receipts at that time redacted. Don't ever put yourself out there like that. There's also, I encourage anybody who's having any issue online, there's Internet Law Center. I dropped it in the back chat for you. I'm going to put it also in the main chat. It's called Internet Law Center. There are resources, media outlets. There's a whole team, and this is what they focus on because things have gotten, so bad. But there's also, in the resources section, you'll find that they have spam law resources, cyber harassment resources, advertising, privacy and data security resources, a guide for helping you keep yourself completely anonymous if that's what you choose, because I believe people have the right to be anonymous on any social media platform. That's 100% their right and should be respected. But I think that you'll find a lot of resources there that will help you. But if somebody is affecting your real life and it's coming from the internet, you have the right to protect yourself, and you should, and move in silence, go directly to law enforcement, tell them what's going on. They'll
that I even have a problem with, because law enforcement has done me so dirty in the past. Like, I don't know if you know about that article, that horrible article that was out about me, which, by the way, is in the works of being taken down because it was disgusting and so untrue. But I don't have faith that anyone's going to help me. I kind of feel how I think a lot of Black people feel, and it really sucks. And I can kind of relate because I don't feel like they're there to help me. And I'm not saying everyone is bad, but I mean, I've had some cops do me real dirty when I was the victim, and they should have been helping me, and they were throwing me in jail.
I can understand that completely.
I don't know who to trust, and it's just...
If you go to local law enforcement and you feel like they're not going to treat you fairly or help you in any way, go to your county law enforcement, your sheriff's department, and if you feel the same way, your state police. They're all there to protect you and to help you. I 100% can understand and relate to what you're talking about with, sometimes feeling like you're not treated fairly. Well, here's the thing. When you tell them that they've contacted your housing management, they're going to contact housing management and find out that you're telling the truth. When you tell them that someone contacted your vet's office, they're going to do the same and then find out someone's messing with your appointments. And so, there's a chain of command with law enforcement. And so if the first person that you talk to, you feel like doesn't take it serious, then you go, ask for someone who has more power than what that person does. But you don't stop doing it, because the only person that can make this go away is you, because it's your life that they're affecting. And if their intention is for you to run off the platform, not be here, I would hope that no one's intention would be to get you to the point of suicide. That is a terrible human being, but you can't give up on it. You have to think about, if not you, someone else.
I dissociate so much. I'm worthless when it comes to being my own defense and like sticking up for myself and gathering all this. And I admire the hell out of everybody that can, but I get in such a fog when this kind of crap happens. And this is like how it was back in May when my dad died. And then that's around the time MGL screwed me over and stuff. And then people were calling me scammers. And it's like, I couldn't even stick up for myself because I wasn't like mentally together enough to. And that's what really sucks. And that's, I think, what they want, and they prey on it. And then it's like, oh, Gina's going crazy, or Gina's hormonal.
No, listen, grief in the initial phase, the initial shock, is designed. Unfortunately, our society, when it comes to grief, we're supposed to feel isolated and alone and misunderstood and not cared for, and to carry it on our own. That's what society. So decades ago, centuries ago, grief was handled. You wore a black veil and you had 3 days, and then boom, you're back to work, or you're back to running a house, or so on and so forth. depending on who you were and who the person who died, depending on the relationship there, that you were given a time. Listen, that's bullshit. In the beginning stages, grief is something that's negative, and people don't accept negative things at all. They don't want to deal with it. My grief was too big for people to carry. Your grief is too big for those closest to you to carry. So they kind of avoid us. It's the natural reaction, something that I would love to change and hope to see change. I would like to see more supportive places for people that are grieving. But unfortunately, we live in a society where socially acceptable platitudes are okay. I disagree with that, but follow me with this. So when you're grieving and in the initial phase, and you had a lot hit you at a very short period of time, that would be hard for any person. Doesn't matter who you are, what your walk of life is. That would be so hard for anybody at all to carry 3 significant losses in a very short period of time. And so because you're isolated and because you feel unsupported and because grief is so difficult, there's no medicine. Grief and depression are not the same thing and can't be treated the same way. There's no self-help book. There's no protocols for dealing with grief. What you're feeling is normal, and how you're handling it is exactly the right way, as long as you're not doing harm to yourself, as long as you're not becoming dependent on medication, drugs, alcohol.
No, and it's honestly a miracle. I'm surprised I'm not. Like, it's a miracle. So I must be stronger than I give myself credit for.
That's exactly my point. It's set time to celebrate that you did not go to any of those avenues to numb yourself. Number one, that makes you not weak. That makes you stronger. Grief makes us stronger, not weaker. When we learn to celebrate ourselves and what we've overcome, that's a fucking celebration, Gina. You are a stronger person than what you're giving yourself credit for because you didn't go down that avenue. Do you know that 65% of people do within the first few months? And you didn't do that. So hats off to you. We celebrate Gina Diamond for not having gone down that avenue. So I understand the fog too, right? The fog, it makes you feel weak. It makes you feel like unorganized. It makes you feel like you don't have your shit together.
I can't like gather thoughts, and I just can't stick up for myself.
That's a normal reaction. When people are always on the offense coming at you in various different ways, imagine if you're standing in a field and there's 10 people with BB guns hiding behind trees and dipping behind corn, behind the corn, and they're all shooting you at the same time. Would you not be stunned?
Yeah.
Where the hell is this shit coming from? Man, who's got the gun? Right? That's what it's designed to do. And it's designed to hold you in place while you get beat and ripped to shreds. You already know you're stronger than what you think you're capable of being, because look where you are right now. You're not out getting high. You're not getting drunk. You're not being over-medicated. You see what I mean? Congratulations, because what you think society is expecting you to do, you've already shock surprised them. Nobody has the power to put you in a position or place that you're not willing to stand in. Not one person. Do you hear me?
Yeah.
Nobody has the power or the authority to make you feel anything that you're not willing to feel, to put you in a position that you're not willing to sit in, or take you to a place that you don't want to be. Nobody, even emotionally. Nobody can do that. Nobody can take your happiness and turn it into something else unless you let them do it. On this platform, there are people that want to see everybody's lives ripped to shreds. They turn it into entertainment. They turn it into streams, hours long of entertainment. Unfortunately, there's people that are here for that reason, and they thrive on that. So let's focus on the people that are not here doing that. People that are here to support you, encourage you, and help you figure out the best way to handle it, as opposed to the people that are here to watch that happen to you and turn it into entertainment. Nobody deserves that. Nobody deserves that.
Yeah.
You're a winner already because you've overcome something that's designed to destroy you. Grief is designed to destroy us, and society wants that to happen because no one wants to deal with the hard things about life.
Well, and I'm very spiteful. The things that life tells me I'm supposed to do, like, yeah, I've dabbled in drugs before, but I was always too stubborn to, I don't know how to say this because I don't want people to get offended, but to me, I was too stubborn to let myself get addicted, if that makes sense. And I'm not saying, I don't even know how else
It
to
makes
say
sense. It makes sense.
Like, I refuse to, like, no, I have more power over it than I think people think that they have. And just like people always said I was going to get AIDS and die because I'm trans. Well, guess what? I'm actually very sexually healthy, and I've always been up on that kind of stuff because I'll be goddamned if you're going to be right in the end.
Mm-hmm. So I can understand that because I have family and friends that I've lost to addiction, that I've watched go from successful, wonderful, happy, living in a family, supported, all of those wonderful things, to alone on the streets and then pass away from addiction. So I had a really bad accident not long ago and suffered greatly physically, had a lot of physical issues. I was scared to death of pain medication outside of the hospital because of addiction, because I watched people that I love and care about lose their life to addiction. I knew better than to dabble in those things, even when my body was broken and the doctor was like, here, take the pain medicine. I'm like, I only want a handful. I only want 5.
Yeah.
I'm going to try Tylenol and Motrin and Advil and all the things before I take those because I'm petrified of addiction. I'm scared to death of it. So understand where you're coming from. That's smart.
Well, even
so let me ask you this. Let me ask you this while we're on this topic, though. Let me ask you
Okay.
this. So when it comes to addiction and when it comes to even dabbling, you have the power that a lot of people don't have. You understand that going out and getting drunk or maybe dabbling a little bit could lead to addiction. And so you have the strength to set boundaries for yourself to avoid that. You're sitting here today, right? Clean, sober, healthy, because you have those boundaries, because something could have potentially came at you and changed your life. You have set those boundaries, and that took a very strong person, especially because of your journey, right? It made you extremely careful, aware. You have the knowledge, the know-how, the will, the want to, and you did it.
Yeah, and I
So
feel like
this
I
is
already
just
have
another
enough issues. That would just be one. That would be, why do I need to do that to myself yet? You know?
So apply that mentality to today, to people that are coming at you and affecting your life in a negative way, that are trying to hurt you, trying to attack you, trying to fuck up your life. Let's pull that same strength and do the same things needed to protect yourself today that you've done your whole life when it comes to not tempting fate, when it comes to addiction. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
The same harm is coming at you. The same type of harm, meaning ill intention, nefarious, ugly,
Yeah, that
life
makes
changing.
sense.
So you've already given a couple of examples of how you've been stronger than what you thought yourself. So why don't you believe that right now today? Because I believe that you are. I believe that you can. If the first law enforcement officer doesn't give you the time of day or makes you feel inadequate or unimportant, you say, may I please talk to your supervisor? And then you talk to that person, that officer. And if you have to do that again, you do it again. But at some point, someone's going to listen because it's their job. They're tasked and charged with protecting people, with helping you with situations like this. And then we have the Internet Law Center that has resources, and that's what they do.
Like, it's to the point where I've been in the bushes the last couple of weeks because I don't want to bring negative attention to people's chats, but I really enjoy watching them. And I mean, I really love interacting with people in the chats. And they've even said to me, like, a lot of people have said, where have you been? I'm like, well, I'm here. I'm not here. You know, I'll be cleaning or something, because I don't think it's fair to that creator. I'm not trying to bring a mess following me, even if it's not my fault. Like, I have people, like, these people don't even know who the heck these stalkers are. But they're like, Gina, they must be following you because they never come to I've never heard of them before. I'm like, well, neither have I. But yeah, they are following me to your chat, and I'm sorry. And now, like, I feel guilty, even if it's not my fault.
Mm-hmm. It's not your fault. They're doing it with the intention of nefarious reasons. And you can't do anything about that. You can't stop it unless you do something about it. And the only way to make it stop is to hold them accountable. And the only way to do that is through, unfortunately, law enforcement. And there's people that scoff at that. They're like, here we go, call the cops, call the cops. I'm not saying that you're like calling the cops expecting this to stop like right away, but you have the right, as does everyone else, to be on social media without being attacked in your real life because someone doesn't like you or because they disagree with you. That shit's not okay. It's never okay. The real life shit that goes on is ridiculous. And so when it doesn't stop and it is clearly affecting your life, you have the right to defend yourself. You have the right to seek the resources that are in place for that reason. Does it make sense?
Yeah, I just wish I had more faith in it than that, because I really have a lot of trauma and PTSD from not only bad situations, but then the cops piled even more onto me, the way that they acted when they should have been there and they should have been the heroes and the good guys. And it's almost like they did even worse than the bad guys did to me. And I'm like, whoa, well, I'm really not safe anywhere.
Maybe start with the internet law. Maybe start with the Internet Law Center. Maybe just go directly to the Internet Law Center.
Is that the link you gave back here?
It is. Yep, it's in the back. I dropped it in the main chat too. Maybe start there and use those resources. This is one of those situations, though. You're not going to like what I'm going to tell you, but I say it in love. It's one of the situations where the only person that can call on your behalf is you.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? And I hate that. I really do. I hate that. But it's one of those situations where it seems scary, or like maybe it's not going to matter or something right off the bat. But I can tell you that for me, it has been beneficial. It has helped.
I'm honestly more pissed off about them messing with my Enzo, and I don't care if anybody thinks I'm nuts because he's a cat or not. That's
not
my
nuts.
child, and it's almost as if I birthed him myself. And you can do what you want to me, but you just went there with him, and
They
now
cannot do what they want to you. That is
well,
not a
I
true
know, but I'm
statement.
saying the mama bear is coming out now, and you're not going to mess with this innocent little guy who is nothing but love. And that's why I love the shit out of him, because he honestly makes me feel like he's the only living thing that has ever actually unconditionally loved me.
Can I tell you something else?
Yeah.
You have your whole life ahead of you. Your whole life. I don't want you to ever give up on the future Gina Diamond, meaning you don't know that you're not going to meet the man of your dreams, fall head over heels in love, get married, adopt babies. You don't know that.
Oh, I don't know. I'm saying, like, even if I had the opportunity to, I have too many health issues for babies and stuff like that now. That ship has sailed. If I would have did it when I was younger, it would be different. But I'm not even worried about a man. Like, I like flirting and stuff like that. Like, I have fun and I flirt with some guys around these streets, but I want to worry more about myself and my cat and heal. And I don't really, I had the shits of men. It's not, and I love how optimistic you and other people are, but like, not around here. I ain't gonna find anybody. Like, it's next to impossible. It's really, really hard, you guys, for a trans woman to, they'll want to sleep with you. Yeah. I've always been a fetish, but I've never been good enough to like commit to and to like scream from the rooftops, this is my girl and I'm proud to be with her. I don't know what part of the world you need to go to for that, but I'm to the point where I that's not even on my radar. I just want to survive and do other things. Like, now I started doing some content. I want to get my mental health and physical health under control. I want Enzo and I to have a good, happy life, with or without a man. I'm not even worried about that.
Mm-hmm. Well, it's a good place to start. You know,
and if it would happen, then that would be a beautiful miracle. And it happens when it happens. But I have more important things to worry about than that kind of stuff. And I really love all the love and support I get from all of my friends on here. And that's good enough for me.
Mm-hmm. Well, I'm sorry that people ever made you feel like a fetish. That's terrible, and no person deserves that, regardless of who they are. That's absolutely heartbreaking to hear. I think that whenever it comes to, so the first analogy that popped in my head was, I used to go to the same grocery store all the time and just go up and down the same aisles and grab the same items and then go home and, meal prep and all of those things. And one day they didn't have the spaghetti sauce that I had come to love. I thought, what the hell? Where's the spaghetti sauce at? I even went up to one of the people that works at the store and was like, hey, is there any of this ragu anywhere? And they were like, nope, it'll be here tomorrow in the truck. And I thought, shit. So I had to drive to the next town over, go into another grocery store I'm not familiar with. Just took me out of my routine. I was very oriented, schedule oriented. So I go to another grocery store and they had the same, they had the ragu spaghetti sauce, but then they had the mushrooms and the little cans, the perfect size cans. And then they had this whole different Parmesan cheese, and they had bread buns and all of this stuff that I never knew existed if I wouldn't have made the decision to go to another grocery store. Meaning, maybe look in other places.
I totally
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
This store was full of the best, and most of it was, there was so many other organic fruits and vegetables, and I thought, oh my God, I love this. And now that when I go to the grocery store, that's where I go.
I just noticed a lot of things that aren't good. Okay, I have fibromyalgia among some other physical things. And so I'm always in chronic pain. However, the last month has been unbearable to the point where I'm limping around and walking around like my grandma. And I just have a feeling that some of my physical pain might be from some mental pain. And I am also, all I want to do is cry and sleep. And the past couple of days, I don't want to eat, but I'll do that. I'll just sit here and pig out and I'm a binge eater because I don't know how you say it. I used to be anorexic or still am, whatever. I'm not starving myself now. So I don't know if it's if it's dormant. I don't know how that stuff works.
Well, have you ever noticed
when it
that
comes
whenever
to eating disorders and stuff? But so when I do eat, I'll just eat, and then I'll just sleep for 2 days straight, and that's all I have the desire to do. And I had to, I'm trying to snap myself out of it because it's not fair to me or to Enzo. He's sitting here looking at me and Mom, what are you doing? Can I get some love? Can I get some attention? And I'm like, buddy, I'm too sore to chase you down with this ball and stuff like that. And I'm like, oh no, I can't have this. I didn't get him to let myself fall apart. That's not fair. And it's not fair to myself. I'm only 32. So I am trying to snap myself out of it. And I did the other day tell my mom I'm very overwhelmed, and I'm actually supposed to be at my cousin's bridal shower right now, and I didn't go because I just couldn't, and I had to make that decision, and it sucks, but I think I made a good decision. And I also have the wedding then in September of hers, and I'm like, oh God, I really don't want to go to that either, to be perfectly honest with you, but I'm going to because she went to mine. So but I don't even like going out, and you guys are my social life on here, but I don't want to be like that. That's when you're just in sweatpants every day in a messy bun at only 32 years old and you're staying in with your cat. That's to me, that's red flags for me. And I'm I need to snap myself out of it.
I'm glad that you said red flags. I'm not a healthcare professional of any kind. I have learned through therapy and counseling that there's 5 things that you said that I wrote down. Your eating habits have changed. Your sleeping habits have changed. Your daily activities have changed. Your pain has changed, and your emotions have changed. So for me, when any of those things have changed for a period of time, that's a telltale sign for me to go to the doctor, because sometimes that's the right thing to do. Sometimes that's the best thing to do and the healthy thing to do. So I know for a fact that whenever your emotions are heavy and whenever mentally you're stressed out, it absolutely affects your pain. If anything that's wrong with you, my back was broke, my ribs were broke, my arm was broke, I have aneurysms, a whole lot of stuff going on. And when I start to feel very overwhelmed or emotionally kind of out of sorts, my emotions are all over the place, it definitely makes my back, my arm, headaches.
Yeah.
It definitely affects those things. And so I have to completely unplug. I did learn, I had a somewhat similar experience. And when I felt like there was so much coming at me that I wanted to react in a not good way. I wanted to go into the tit for tat or whatever. I unplugged for several days. I didn't log in at all, which forced me to plug back into real life. And that's why I don't come on here every day. I come on here whenever I'm feeling the mood to be on here. I don't even try to I've tried to give myself a schedule, like 2 days a week or 3 days a week or whatever. I don't even want to do that, because I don't want to be here if I'm not in the mindset of being here. But I think that when things are affecting your life and to that capacity, that you're eating, sleeping, normal activities, pain, and you're emotionally heavy, that's a lot for any person to carry. That's a lot for 10 people to carry, and you're carrying it all. And sometimes the right thing to do is to ask for help. I think that you should schedule an appointment with your doctor and kind of let them know what's going on.
I am
because
due for my hormone doctor too, and that's another thing.
Good.
Sometimes, like, if I don't get to the pharmacy, so like a couple weeks ago, I didn't have my hormones for like 2 weeks, which means it threw me into like a artificial menopause. And that's happened several times. And that's not the way your body's supposed to work. You're either supposed to be like, because when I'm on the hormones, I'm like in puberty. And you're not supposed to be puberty, menopause. So that alone is bad. So it's just a lot piling on at once. And I finally said something to my mom, because everybody expects me to be very social right now. And my phone has been getting blown up by people, because the more people I meet on here, and they love and support me. And that's a beautiful thing. And I just feel like I want to be there and active, but at the same time, I also want to tell them, look, I can't. I need to be here for myself and work on myself, and I'll check in every couple of days or something. And I hope people understand.
Well, you're going through something right now. Of course we understand. Absolutely. Can I ask you questions?
Yeah.
What motivates you to work hard?
Well, I just want a good life, and most of my life has not been good. And damn it, I'm determined to get the next half of it better than the first half. And I also have Enzo to take care of. He's only 2 years old. He could live till he's 15. I'm trying to get full 15 years out of him. And I want him to be good 15 years. I am only 32, so that's very young to just be giving up and stuff. And, when I did my live stream the other day, I took everybody on this beautiful trail, and it's very tranquil and very relaxing. Everybody loved it. I loved it. And afterwards, I was like, wow, I should start doing this more often. And then I was even talking to this one girl, because she was talking about she wanted to do like walking and stuff. And I said, me and my friends and my family used to do like walking clubs. But since we're not physically together, we could all do it on live streams and stuff, and like hold each other accountable and like motivate each other. And like, we don't have to physically be there on the same trail walking together. And
Right.
I was just trying to find positive things to do because it did make me feel good. And that's what really bums me out about this, because right when I was really starting to feel a little bit better, I'm getting a troll in my chat. And I wasn't even really nasty or anything. And trust me, they deserve for me to be. But I've been very nice compared to what they deserve.
Okay. Next question. What is your proudest accomplishment?
Oh my gosh. I feel like that's something I'd have to. I am proud of a lot of little things that I do. Like, I'm very crafty and talented when it comes to. I get excited when I'm making stuff. Like, okay, it took me all damn day today, even though I was bawling my eyes out and dealing with my own stuff. I was determined to edit and make this little birthday card for Queen Bee, because I had it set in my mind that I was going to do it. And I wanted to do this for her and have her have a good day, and just know that I appreciate her as a human being. And she's been very good to me. And that in the moment was more important than me bawling my eyes out. And then trust me, the editing app kept screwing it up. So I had to keep starting from scratch. And that's what I was doing all day. But I finally got it done, and it was really cute. And I showed people, and they're like, oh, she's going to love that. And that just made me feel so good, because if I could do something just little like that and just make somebody smile and know that they're appreciated, then I did my job.
So would you say your greatest accomplishment is that you have made people happy?
Yeah, I really do. Like, that is really what I want. And, I've had some people in here who have had like transgender children and stuff, and they have told me that I've helped them navigate their relationships with their children and stuff like that. And I don't even think that I'm doing that at the time. I don't speak for all trans people. I only speak for myself. And I always tell people that. So what you got going on with your kids is going to be different than what I even got going on. And I tell them that, because I don't want them to think, like, I'm not trying to be Dr. Phil up here or anything. I'm not qualified. But it's great that maybe some of my life experiences and stories help them. And that really
That's exactly
that made me feel better. That's better than being monetized to me.
Listen, that's exactly what makes pain and suffering turn into growth and strength, is when you use what you've gone through in order to help someone else. When you turn a tragedy into triumph. Absolutely. How many pairs of shoes do you own?
Oh my gosh. A lot, but I usually just live in my Crocs.
Okay. So when you go to the zoo, what's your favorite zoo animal?
Well, I don't know if you can find them in the zoos around here, but my favorite animals are elephants.
Elephants. That's pretty
They're
significant.
calming to me. They're majestic. And I love you too, Jones. And yeah.
How many pillows do you sleep with?
2.
Just 2?
Yeah, I got one for my head and then one that I hug.
Right. I got you.
There's a third one, but I don't really count that, because that's just there in case the guest would be there.
Right. Okay. Here's the last one for you. Of the 5 senses, which would you say is your strongest?
Oh, my nose. I have the nose of 20 pregnant women. But I'm like Helen Keller, otherwise I can't see or hear for shit. My nose, I can smell what's going on in the next town over.
Yeah. Good. I'm glad. So do you realize that you just said several things that you're really good at, that are beneficial to other people, that you're proud of? You just showed us so many different ways of how you have become such a good person, and your strength has gotten you as far as what you are sitting here today. Look at the things that you've overcome, things that most people cannot relate to, and things that the majority of humanity doesn't want to relate to. And look where you're sitting today. Can you focus on that for just a moment? There's so many times along your journey that you had a decision to make. We know that we are one decision away from a terrible life or a great life. And of all the things that you could focus on that you don't have or that you would like to change, focus on the things that you do have and that you are proud of, because you just gave us so many different examples of how you are positively impacting other people's lives, setting good examples. Right now is a rough moment. It's a rough time, but it's not a rough life. You have the strength in you and people that support you because they've come to know who you are, not who someone else wants us to believe that you are. You are worth more than any object, any event, any time, or any place. No one can take that from you. When you finally get yourself to a better place, meaning emotionally, when you handle this business, it's really just a blip in the road. It's not a mountain. It's something that is unapproachable or that won't ever come to an end. It absolutely will. This is something that seems very terrible right now because it is in this moment, but it will pass. And then the growth that you'll get from that will be astonishing. I hope to witness it. I hope to be here for it. But I think that for right now, it's easy to focus on the negative, the hard, the difficult, especially when you've got, pain all over your whole body, especially when you're limited because of that pain, when you're in an emotional state. It seems like sometimes I'm sure it feels like waking up. You don't even want to crawl out of bed. It's easier to just roll over and go to sleep. I can relate to that when my son died.
Yeah, because it feels like, oh my gosh, I'm only 32 and my body's falling apart this much. And what's the next part of like half of my life? Something's got to change. I mean, I know it's not going to be perfect, but like I got to fight this because I shouldn't be deteriorating this much. And I know a lot of it does have to do with like trauma and stuff.
Right. That's what it does. It traumatizes us in one way or another. When I was at work, did you see the video? If you didn't, I'll show it to you. I've only shown it a couple times.
I was listening. I'm not always looking at the screen because I'm like walking around my house and cleaning and stuff, but I've been in the bushes this whole time.
I'm glad that you finally felt comfortable. Let me show you something. I can understand physical pain, not to the capacity of fibromyalgia. I have absolutely no idea what that is like. And I'm very sorry that you experience it or that you have to live with pain. I think by now that we should be able to handle all of that stuff. Hey, Bad Medicine. Hey, Tater. So here's how I can relate to pain. Because I love you, Gina Diamond, because I'm a fan.
Thank you.
Because I adore you and I respect your journey and I want to see you happy and healthy. I'm going to show you what happened. So I can't zoom in any more than I already have. I'll go full screen. If you're on your phone and you go sideways,
I got you on my TV.
Okay. So right here, this is a train that I'm building. And at the end of it, on the left-hand side, closest to the road where my cursor is at, that's me hanging on the side of the car and building a train. And there's a hose.
You're literally building a real train?
Mm-hmm.
Oh
Yeah,
my
before we
God,
departed.
that's awesome.
So there's a hose that's wrapped around this that's going to get snagged on one of the switches further up. And when we get to right about here, this crossover that goes from one track to another, right about here, I get yanked off the side of the car, and then I end up being dragged 500 feet. Hey, True Texan. Hey, Bad Medicine. I tossed some wrenches. I saw the message, Lise. There's no sound to it or anything, but
if I'm seeing what I think I'm seeing, then that's messed up.
So I'm right here on the edge of it, and in about a couple seconds, you'll see me violently get thrown from the side. I got dragged. There was a hose wrapped around my neck, my arm, my upper torso, and then down to the ground I went. right there's the fall, and then I start being dragged. I was unconscious. I woke up out of nowhere. It was like I woke up in excruciating pain, several broken bones, fractured vertebrae, the whole 9 yards. I had traumatic aneurysms in my head. I ended up on life support for a period of time and then almost didn't come back. I understand the pain part, and I can tell you that this wasn't long after my son had passed away. I remember what you're talking about, the mornings when you wake up and you don't even want to crawl out of bed. You don't care about eating. You don't give a shit about getting a shower. You don't care about any of those things. You just want to sit because you don't see that anything's going to change. Tomorrow's not going to be any better than today. Yesterday wasn't any better than the day before that. No expectation, no hope. Don't even want to set myself up for failure. So something comes along or someone comes along and says, look, you deserve the absolute best that life has to offer. You deserve the same opportunities. You deserve all the good things. Let me be that person that tells you that people care about you. People care about your journey. They care about who you are. They care about the struggles. They care about the things that you're suffering through. There are people, I'm one of them. We fucking care. You matter to us. You are important. Your life matters. Your suffering matters. You as a person matter.
Thank you.
What we need you to do is to care about you as much as we care about you. I know that sounds crazy, right? Everybody cares about themselves. But when you're in that mental state, when you're in that emotional state, somebody needs to remind you of that. You're not walking in this alone. It feels like that because we're all online. I'm sitting in West Virginia. But I care about you where you're sitting at today. I want you to be healthy and happy. I want you to love life because when that happens, let me tell you why. Because your story is yours alone. No one's walked it but you. All of the pain and the suffering, all of the negative things, they have to matter. Those have to matter. You grow from them and you become somebody better than you were going through them. Your strength brings you through those. And then when you become a more whole person and you look back on your life and see the mistakes that you made, and then you see the strength that took to overcome those things, that becomes the journey that improves somebody else's life. The day that you sit down with somebody and you hold them in their pain and their suffering, you meet them where they are, and you tell them all that you went through and experienced, it gives them hope and inspiration, knowing that they can go through it because you are proof positive that it works. There's so many people out there that can relate to you, that can relate to your journey, that can relate to the things that you've gone through. They might be thinking they can never do it. I think you can be the example. I think you can be the person that at the end of the day stands up and says, you can do it. Let me show you because I did it.
Well, that is
And helping.
that is a big reason why I don't ever fully give up because I can't, because then that's me giving permission for other people to do that. And a lot of people do, for whatever reason, look up to me or just look at my life and they get something from it. And I'm like, oh my gosh. I mean, I never signed up to be any role model or anything, but I do want to encourage people and make them feel good. And like, I don't know why we can't all support each other. And for the most part, I experience that one here. I will say that I do experience more good one here than I do bad. And
I got to stop you and tell you this. One of the first sentences out of your mouth just now was one of the reasons that I haven't fully given up. How do we take that to I will not give up? Saying that you haven't fully given up means that you've partially given up. So how do we change that to you're not giving up because you are better than that and you are worth more than that? And the second thing I want to tell you is none of us get to decide to be a role model. Not one person. No one has ever made the decision to be a role model. People relate to you and your experiences and your ideology, and then they make you their role model. People want to be like you because they relate to you. Does it make sense?
Yeah.
So whether you want to be a role model or not, you are a role model. And if you give up, or if you sit in the discomfort and make a big fat security blanket around it, and I did that, there's nothing wrong with doing that, but you have to stop at some point. So if there's people out there, and there are, and they listen to this later, and they will, would you want them to give up?
Absolutely not.
You're their role model, and you have support behind you. You have encouragement, love, kindness, joy, support, and shared experience behind you. How about we take that and turn it into strength, and we get up off the couch, and we get up off the bed, and we take the first step? Can we do that?
Yeah.
Why you say it like that, Gina? You're like, yeah.
Oh, I'm sorry. I was reading something. I was reading the chat. I was saying hi to Colin. But yes, absolutely. Because I want to feel that way for myself, and I want others to feel that way too. I really do.
Yeah. So let's set the example. Let's be the change. Let's be the difference. You have to do it, but I'm with you on it. Everybody, we're all with you on it. For the one person who doesn't like you, or for the 10 people who don't like you, there are thousands that love you.
I know.
Sometimes those 10 people that don't like you get into your head and create so much extra that doesn't need to be there, that it's hard to believe.
So ridiculous, because I
But
really
there
do
are.
feel like the love is stronger.
It is.
Or there's more love than there is hate. It's just, it's just the hate will come in and fuck with me right when I'm getting all the love, and it threw me off my game, and I just need to get it back.
So I'm a firm believer that whenever we have pain, whether it be emotionally or mentally, when we have pain, we lean into it. We don't run from it. See, we're conditioned to run from it. From birth, we're conditioned to run from pain. There's so many avenues to take to avoid the pain in all kinds of different ways, right? People pick up very bad habits because of pain, because we're conditioned as a society, as human beings, to not accept that part of life is painful. And so I mean this by, let me give you examples of what I'm talking about. So as children, we're taught to prepare for all of the wonderful parts of life. Thank you, RAS Illusion. So we have graduation parties, right? To celebrate graduating. We have even more than that. We're pregnant for 9 months. We have 9 months to prepare for the wonderful joy of being a parent, of being gifted a baby. We have, even if you go through adoption agencies, you have a period of time where you're preparing, doing all the legalities, all of that stuff. So we start planning and saving for car insurance, for a vehicle. You know, when you're 16, you get your license, and then bam, you get a vehicle. When it comes to buying a house, like, we plan and prepare for all of the wonderful things about life, getting married, family planning, buying a house, like retirement, all of those things. You know what we don't plan for? The bad things that happen. The bad things that happen. We have life insurance, homeowners insurance, car insurance. But for the day-to-day things that happen, pain is part of life. And unfortunately, just like death and loss, we can't fucking run from it. It's going to hit us. And it's never when it's convenient. Nobody calls you and says, Gina Diamond, tomorrow we're going to change your life in a terrible way. What time is good for you? It doesn't happen. No one called me and said, okay, what day is good for your son to die? It doesn't happen. I didn't get the option to stand next to his bed and beg to trade my life for his. The world doesn't work like that. It's not a movie script. It doesn't work.
Yeah.
So we're taught to run from it. Here's what we do that works for me. We allow ourselves to feel it. And we give it the space and the time needed. And then we get up from it. Meaning, I understand that what people are doing right now, it's meant to get into your head and to create doubt, to make you hate yourself, to give up on society, to think that you're not loved and cared about. It's meant to do all that terrible shit because they're terrible people doing it. Point blank. Only a terrible person would do this. So if you allow yourself to feel it, meaning you entertain it because you know it's something that you have to deal with, but then you go into action. You take action and you do the best to prevent it. You use the resources that do work. I can tell you for sure, I started getting those emails in April. They were terrible. My son's name was doxxed. All kinds of crazy shit went on. I can pull up the emails and show them to you. They were terrible. Threatening to kill me, threatening to rape me,
My
threatening
God.
absolutely all kinds of crazy, ridiculous things that came for
I
a
can't
long
even
time.
like comprehend that when I hear that kind of shit because
They're
my
terrible.
brain doesn't work that way.
So I put some of them out, and then whenever I contacted the same resources that I sent you, they explained, they gave me I used the resources, local law enforcement, state law enforcement, all of those things, and they were helpful. They do take it serious. They do know that there's a problem on this platform. They do know that people are going real life. They do know that people are being put in danger, and they have helped me. Doing something about it to bring an end to it makes me feel better about coming on here and continuing to have a channel and talk to people. There was a time I was very afraid to even have a window open because, you know, when people are talking about shooting you through windows and stuff, like, it's pretty crazy. You know what I mean?
Oh my
So
God.
yeah, the threats are insane. And it happens to all of us. I don't have children at home anymore, so I don't know what it's like for like CPS to be used as a weapon, but I know that it happens. I want you
think
to
that's why it
use.
fucked with me is because I don't have a human baby.
Mhm.
So the next best thing was they went after my cat baby. And I'm like, I don't know. I guess it just never crossed my mind that that was a possibility.
Well, these people have no intention other than to make your life miserable. So anything that they know that you care about, they're going to throw against you. They're going to use against you. They're going to
And
torture
that's
you
why
with.
I made the decision not to go live because for days I wanted to go live. And I'm like, no, don't, Gina. Don't. Not about this. Not while you're in this mood.
I'll tell you what law enforcement's going to tell you. Don't engage with the people that are potentially causing or doing making the threats. Don't engage with them. Block the trolls immediately. Don't engage with it. If people are emailing you, don't respond, don't reply. If they're coming into your inbox, they will tell you how they retrieve those messages, and then they take them seriously. When people are affecting your real life, it's going to be taken seriously. If you don't trust local law enforcement, please utilize the link in the back that I gave you. Go to that website. If you need help with it, you're welcome to email me at any time and I'll help you. I'll walk you through it.
Okay, thank you.
You know what I mean? You're not alone. It's happening to a ton of people on this platform.
know.
And unfortunately, it's something that you know, they're going to tell you not to engage with it, not to mention their names of the people that you think it is, not to talk about
I
them.
don't.
Yeah.
I don't even know who the one girl is. That's why I'm so like mind fucked about it. Cause I'm like, you weren't even here when I was over in that community. So like, where'd they pull you out of? So I'm so confused.
Yeah. I mean, that's like their intention, you know, their intent. For me, it was bringing attention to someone who was making a ton of money off of scamming people. And when you get in the way of them and their money or their ability, whatever they're here for, like there's some people that just want to be YouTube famous. And so they're doing really bad things. And so if you bring that to the attention, you know, they get offended because you're showing their ugly side. And if they're scamming people and you show that they're a scammer, of course, you're affecting their money. If they're here for, you know, whatever they're here for, if it's not for a good reason or they're not doing the right thing, and it affects you personally, the knee-jerk reaction is like, I just want to show everybody how bad this person is. Sometimes it's not the right thing to do. Sometimes protecting yourself is the right thing to do before you tell people that you care about. Like, I care about people on the platform. And so when the emails and the threats were coming at me, initially I put out a video. You know what those people said? It was a huge red flag when only a handful of people were like, she emailed herself that shit. Like, what?
Oh my
She's
God.
She's got a Proton email and they came from a Proton email. That must mean she did it herself. Like, that was a huge red flag, not just to me, but other people that like Who would say something so stupid? Like I
Well,
would
I'm sure
email
there's
myself some
people
shit
out there
like that.
do. I'm sure there's people out there that do that, but I've never gotten that vibe from you. That's for sure.
No. Like if I'm going to make a troll account in my son's name, I'm going to spell it correctly. If I'm going to make an email in my son's name and send threatening messages, and I want people to believe that they're threatening messages, I would at least spell the names of the sender correctly.
See, and I've only known you a short period of time, but I know you wouldn't like do your son dirty by using his name
Absolutely
for
not.
an account like that. That's
Never. I would never.
no.
His legacy,
Yeah.
honoring him and remembering him is extremely important to me. I would never do anything like that. And so we like proton mail is difficult for you or I or a layperson to track, but it's not difficult for law enforcement. It just takes longer for them to do. And each time there's a message that's sent, that's another report that's made, and then, you know, the process. In this situation, it's not just me that was receiving them. There were other people that I'm not even affiliated with, that were being sent very similar emails in my son's name, my legal name, in other people's children's names. And so, you know, I mean, I can promise you that they take it seriously. They 100% take it seriously, especially when they're threats. And when people have already contacted your real life and went real life on you, they're definitely going to take it serious. Even if your local law enforcement doesn't, they're going to take it serious. But you have the responsibility of protecting yourself and those that you care about. And I know my son is gone, but I will fight for his death and his dignity and death, and I will fight for his, you know, for his memory, the same way I would have fought for him if he were still alive today. And you feel the same way about what is your child. You feel the same way
Yeah.
about, okay.
And I feel that way about other people. Like I have this friend named Jim who's an older guy, and he's several different kind of mental things, but he like he got hit by a car, and then he was in the mental hospital for 18 years. So that's going to stunt you a little bit. Then drugs on top of it. There's just a lot of factors, and he's like a child in the brain. And I've always seen so many people just take advantage of him and just take his money. And he would always say to me, like, he was so surprised that I wouldn't. And I'm like, oh my God, Jim, who the hell do you hang out with? And it broke my heart. And like, I met him when I was homeless on the streets for 2 years. And even though I had my own stuff going on, my job automatically was to protect him. And I was mad. He just started. I don't live in the same town as him anymore, so I can't protect him and be as hands-on as I used to be. And that bothers me. And I would call him every single day. And the last few weeks, he would have like young teeny boppers over there. I mean, they might have been like 17, 19, whatever, smoking weed with him, whatever. But they're probably taking advantage of him because he's a pushover and you can do that. And that never happened when I was around, and I wouldn't put up with that. I think it's disgusting when people prey on weaker people like that. And I almost felt like he was like my child, even though he was probably old enough to be my grandpa. But even his payee and people that like managed his life, I saw them do him really dirty, and even like do certain things to almost set him up for failure. And I tried to keep him out of trouble because he used to do meth, and I tried to keep him away from that. I said, I don't care if you smoke your weed, but don't be doing anything harder than this. And I knew they wanted to lock him away, and because they would always threaten him with it, which I think is also disgusting. If you're on his team of people that's supposed to be helping better his life, and you're like, and it wasn't even like a warning, like, hey, Jim, this could happen. They're like, no, we're going to lock you up type of shit. And it made me so mad. And I was told that he has dementia like a year ago. And the last month, I'd say, he started getting really nasty, and he does not get mean at all. But I mean, it was unbearable to the point where like I would hang up on him. Now I'd still call him every day, but I'd put him in his place and be like, Jim, you're being a real asshole and I don't deserve this. And I got your back 100%. And he always felt special when I said, you're a part of Diamond Mafia, because it made him feel included and like he was worth something. And that made me light up seeing him light up. And he was kind of MIA the last few weeks. And then I did just find out that he is in the mental hospital. And I don't know if I'll ever get to see him again. So that is like another loss. He didn't die, but like no one's going to tell me any information to see him. And he's so old to the point where, and he has COPD really bad. Like I don't see him ever being free again. And that really breaks my heart. And part of me feels like I failed him a little bit, even though I know that it's not my fault, but I took him on as like my child. And I just want to protect people like that. So that's another thing that just happened in like the last 2 weeks.
Did you do the best that you could with what you had to work with in that situation?
I really did.
Okay, that's it. That's all. That's it. That's all. You did the best. There may be regret past tense, meaning if you would have known, if you could have done, but you didn't know what you could have done. So you can't hold yourself accountable for that. What if I were to tell you that when my son passed away, what if I were to tell you that I had absolutely no idea that he was going to die that day? I had absolutely no idea. Would you find fault? Would you find fault in me?
No, not at all.
I feel the same way with the story that you just.
I did know that my friend Alan was going to pass, though. I think subconsciously I started to push him away for months because he was really into all kinds of drugs, and I'm just not. I'm a stoner, and that's it. And it was just, and he had the whole lifestyle with him. And like, if you're an addict, that's a different kind of lifestyle than a stoner. You know what I mean? Like you're doing things that I wouldn't do and just whatever. And it was just too much for me, and I had to protect myself. And I was told that he died downstairs and was dead for 15 minutes, and they had to Narcan kick on him or whatever, and he came back. Well, a couple of days later, he went and he got some more. I'm assuming it would probably be the thing that starts with an F. Because if it's Narcan, I don't know what all that you use that for, but I'm just assuming it had to be something real strong like that. And I prayed to God, and I hate even saying this, but if you knew the situation, you'd really understand. And I prayed to God, and I said, God, just take him. If it's going to end his pain and suffering, and you want him up there with you, and he's going to be better up there with you, please just get him out of his misery. Like, he had such a rough life and stuff, and the people in this apartment building would take advantage of him, and he's the type where he would take your trash out. He would run out in rainstorms to go grab you cigarettes at the store, and you'd probably throw him $1, and that's it. Now, I didn't. I took good care of him because I'm not a cheap ass like that.
Let me ask you this. In that prayer, was it because you had good intention?
Yeah, I didn't want him to hurt anymore. If him
That's
going,
how you felt in the moment. There's nothing wrong with how you felt in that moment. It was an emergency. It was an emergency type moment. We don't always
coming for real, and then it did 3 days later,
but we don't always, in those situations, we don't always think the clearest. We don't always react the best. You know what I mean? But you had good intention. you know him better than I know him or anyone in the chat knows him. You know what I mean? You
Yeah.
think it sounds harsh because you're judging yourself.
Well, because of course I don't want anybody to die, but like if it's a better thing, you know, like if they're suffering that bad, then yes, Lord, please come take them and get them out of their misery. Like I don't want to see anybody suffer like that.
That's your reaction. I understand that. I do.
But part of me feels guilty. Like, why would you pray for such a thing? But I'm like, well, I know why I prayed for such a thing. I don't know. I argue with myself about it.
I think that when we overthink things, when we get into a situation where we don't understand the situation or our reaction to it, we tend to overthink it. And when we can't figure it out, and of course, this is something that you might not figure it out because, for one, you don't know the full scope of the situation. And so number two, you're emotionally involved with him. And so your reaction is going to be different than someone who's not emotionally involved with the person. And so there's no judgment one way or the other. You know what I mean? Does that make sense? Like,
Yeah.
I couldn't expect you to understand my reaction when my son passed away because you didn't know him and you don't know me on that level. And so it would be hard for you to understand it, you know? But I think that with what you have going on right now, will you make a promise to me? Do you break promises? You better not break promises.
No, and I usually don't make them because of that reason, just because a lot of people do break them. But I'll entertain this.
Do you promise me that you will click on the link and
I already copied
read over
it.
Okay.
Yep, I already got it.
Okay. It's not hard to do. Most of it you can do right from home. You can do it right from the internet. Do you promise me that you will at least go through, read the information, and that apply your situation to it and do what you can do to improve that situation? That's the first one. Okay. Do you promise, or at least with the intention of promise, do you plan to find joy in the day? Today, tomorrow, the next day, if just for a moment?
Hell yeah, it's Queen Bee's birthday, bitches. We gotta have fun tonight.
Is it Queen Bee's birthday? I didn't know
Yes,
that.
it is.
Okay.
That's
Now I have
why
something. I'm going to make you laugh.
I wanted to, because like I was crying all day, but I was determined to make this little, it's not a physical, I can't hand her a physical card, obviously, but I made her a cute little picture. And I think you guys will think it's really cute. And yeah, and I'm
Is it
pretty
gonna be
happy
over at-
with it. I really
over
want
at Queen
her to
Bee's
look at
tonight?
it and feel special and smile.
What time tonight, so we can all go and watch this happen, because this is your gift to Queen Bee, and I want to see. I want to watch. I want to be in the chat whenever you experience the joy of someone receiving a gift from you. Do you know what time she's going to go live?
Grain is saying it starts at 8 Central.
Oh, hey, Green. 8 o'clock. So let me pull
And
it up
that's
and
another
look.
thing. I got to hang out with Grain and Blunt Bee last night, and I had so much fun. Even though we weren't really doing much, it was a slow night. It was just us on panel, but I really enjoyed it because I never got to spend that much time one-on-one with them.
I love Green.
I do too. And listen, she didn't like me at first, but there was something, neither did Jones, but those two, I was determined to, because I really like them. And I'm like, oh no, I'm going to make these bitches love me yet, because there's something about them. There's something about them that I really liked. And I was fine with taking it slow and letting them get to know me and stuff like that. And like, I can respect that. But
Yeah, absolutely.
I really liked about them.
Green, is Queen Bee going to be on the Queen Bee channel or the Hive channel? Do you know? We were up till 6:28 this morning. I was up till early this morning
yet,
too.
Hun, just so you know. I wanted to tell you that I still haven't slept.
Hey, Liza, how are you? So now I want to make you laugh because I think you deserve to laugh. Laughter is medicine for the soul. So you've probably the Hive. Okay. Let me go
there's
over.
Christy. Thank you for coming, Christy.
Green, if I mod you, oh shoot, wrong one. If I mod you, will you grab the link for the Hive for me, please, and pop it in the chat? so that we can all go and watch Gina have joy in someone receiving her gift, because that's amazing.
Well, I don't know if she's seen it yet because I sent it to her on Instagram. Then I sent it, or it's on my community post. And I want her to just see it and smile. I want her to feel special, like she's worthy of me taking my time to do that, because she is. And that's what I like to do for people. I may not be rich and I can't throw tons of money at you, but I'll show my love in little ways like that.
Tater got it. Okay. Let me find the stream if it's planned. Oh, it's not planned yet. So it's 8:35 here. So it'll probably be later. So you've probably seen this one already, but I haven't seen it yet. Hey, keeping up with KP. How are you? Thank you, Tater, for that. I appreciate that very much. There's the link for it. Queen Bee's birthday party is going to be over on the Hive tonight. So, okay. I have not seen this yet. Tragedy Pimps Exposed is one of my favorite people on this platform. I absolutely love her. So I rarely do this anymore because I feel like it kind of cuts out from clip channels actually getting the views.
We got to support our clip channels, everybody.
Right. So this is Tragedy Pimps Exposed. If you haven't seen it, please, please, please. Hey, Six Up. Please, please, please click the link and give Tragedy Pimps a view. I'm not monetized. I think Tragedy Pimps is, so the views on her channel really matter. Really matters to me. But I haven't seen this yet. TPE said that I could play her clips. I would like to see this. Yeah, that's what she said. I still want people to go click on her channel. Have you seen this, Gina?
I didn't watch many things on YouTube today. So if it's in the last 24 hours, probably not.
This is 4 days ago. It says, an ode to our B Tim. B Tim reacts to the Upchurch lawsuit and more, just for fun. Hey, Liza. All right, here we go. You better laugh, Gina. You better laugh.
Listen, I love me some B Tim.
Me too.
Baby, I like it raw. Yeah, baby, I like it raw. Ayo, Bono's this and Bono's that. Hoes, Cadillac grills, Cadillac mills. Check out the oil, my Cadillac. Shimmy, shimmy, y'all, shimmy, yeah, shimmy, yeah. Give me the mic so I can take it away.
Oh, I love older people.
Me too.
Off on the natural charge, bon voyage. Yeah, from the home of the dogs of Brooklyn. Come on, joy.
Aw.
Pump it up. Hey.
I love that.
Come on, here we
Oh my God.
How can I explain it? I'll take it frame by frame it. To have y'all on jump and shout and say it.
She got Zippy in there too, I see. Oh, we got an ad. Hold on, let's look through it. Here we go. Hey JJ, how are you? An ode to our B Tim. B Tim cracks me up when he gets on a rant. Okay, it says B Tim is reading the paperwork for the Ichabod versus Upchurch suit. I haven't seen it at all yet. It's saved in my watch. This video is heavily clipped and just for fun. Hey Marianne, yeah, we can see you.
What?
Well then.
What? What? Holy fuck. Holy fuck. Oh, that's a mind blown. My mind is blown. Holy fuck. Wow.
What's the matter, Christy? Sorry if that wasn't allowed. If what wasn't allowed? I don't see anything. Hold on a minute. Let's see. What are you talking about, girl? If what wasn't allowed?
What?
I don't see anything.
She's telling you about on her channel. She's been talking about addiction and stuff, and she's been having some really good topics.
Yeah, I was lurking yesterday for a little bit. I'm not sure what you mean if what wasn't allowed. Let's see. The channel link. Let's see. read my comment. Okay. Let me go up. You said hi to Bad Medicine. Okay, there's
I
where you
think where
came
she's
in.
explaining what she wants to do, like with her channel and stuff.
Oh yeah, that's allowed. Absolutely. For sure. I was gonna say I don't see any that's removed. Oh, absolutely. Yeah, I did email you back and then I got yours earlier this morning. So I haven't replied back to it yet. Okay. Yeah, you definitely can talk about your channel here. Lise grabbed the link. There you go. Thank you.
Yeah, that's crazy.
Ouch.
That's
Ouch.
crazy.
You want to pull him out?
I'm sorry. My mind was just fucking blown with that one. I'm like, holy fuck. You see? Oh my God. Oh.
He's so funny.
Oh my God. Sorry. I have to mute myself if I have to burp, so I'm not going to be rude. Just to let you know. I had earlier, I don't drink soda towards nighttime, but earlier I had like a probiotic healthy soda.
Soda.
No, I had like a healthy soda.
I'm still trying to
He
figure out
said
what the hell he means by that.
A healthy soda.
Talking about
Soda.
these healthy sodas, and I'm like, is there even such a thing?
Right?
You know what I
What's a
mean?
soda? Yep. Where I come from, they call it pop. In Ohio and Georgia, they
Okay.
call it Coke. Coke. Everything's a Coke. Yeah, soda.
Like Dr. Pepper, I think I heard.
Right? Yeah. See, in Georgia,
Did
they
I
would
hear
call
that
it a
here
Coke.
today?
Dr. Pepper? Maybe.
Yeah, I think.
I don't know.
Because I just heard that.
Maybe, yeah. Dr. Pepper. Yeah. We have that
That
here
you
in
guys
West
were
Virginia.
saying everything's Coke except for Dr. Pepper.
That's true in Georgia for sure. Yeah. He just said healthy soda. He's that New York accent.
You have a seltzer?
No, I had like a healthy soda. Wow. That's why I was so shocked. I was sitting, I was like, what? I was like so shocked when I heard that. I was like, whoa. You know, like this, sometimes when you're on YouTube, guys, some things just surprise you. Like, it feels like it's like written. It really does feel like it's fucking like written by like some sort of fucking script writer at this time, because it's some crazy shit that happens. And you think like some guys upstairs writing a script for a TV show, and we're all like in like a TV show, like that movie with Jim Carrey, Truman Show. Sometimes I think I'm in the Truman Show with some of this stuff.
We could all be in the Truman Show right now. You never know.
What I want. Oh my fucking God. Oh my God.
He's
my
about to
brain cells dying on
rant.
me.
He's cussing.
Yeah, please give me a break. Read it. Can you see it?
Yeah. 3 back, bitch. I never threatened you.
He said the N word. Go back and oh my God. Oh my God. I'm not reading that shit. No fucking way I'm reading that. I am not touching that with a 50-foot pole. Holy fuck.
Company you keep. Unreal.
Look at you, Trigger. That helps Ryan. He's pretty fucked in my opinion. I mean, like I don't think he's gonna lose $14 million, but I think he's gonna lose like $1 million or $2 million. Like I
was
really
thinking like 500 to $1 million, but that was just a wild, weird, guess. But
after this, I think he's got like a good case. I just don't know. And he's got the guy from fucking Critical K who represents you in that guy. Oh my God.
I don't see a movement at all. I just don't know what he's gonna get, right?
When Beaton starts cussing, he's gonna rant.
Just privated those 2 videos because he can't delete videos because he's in a lawsuit. So he could have just privated those videos and said, "Hey, I can't delete them in the middle of a lawsuit. So what I could do is I could private the videos, and I could just basically like put them like unlisted or privated, and they're still existing. But you know, I can take them away from the algorithm. But he didn't do that. He fucked himself.
He gave him what 10 days to take him down or some shit? Is that what it was?
Yeah, he gave him notice. He didn't even have to give him notice. He gave him like 10 days notice just in case. He gave him a year. Give him a year.
I agree, Grain. He's so used and excited at the same time.
I love when
he's
he
like,
gets like that.
He's like, is this really fucking happening? It's so funny. Beaton's reactions are amazing. He's very intelligent about stuff like this too. So it goes tit for tat with him. But he's a good person. I like Beaton.
Man, that's crazy.
Thank you guys.
Are you okay? You might as well everyone see where I am. Holy fuck. Holy fuck. How do you feel that you're in the middle of a fucking lawsuit? You're just being Oh my god. I only have one thing to say to all this. I need to be in my safe space right now.
Interesting you say that, Tim.
He's got to be in a safe space. Via Jones's channel, Lyrical Genius, True Crime Community, The Hive, Safe Space.
Listen, I'm thinking about putting that as my phone's ringtone. I ain't gonna lie.
Good, it would work, right?
I don't know if you'll think that's weird or not, but it just really, it makes me
Not at all.
smile.
Not at all. It's not weird. I'm down for it. Love B. Timmy has a great personality. He does. He absolutely does.
Everyone likes me and thinks I'm great in my safe space.
Oh shit!
People don't judge me and haters don't hate in my safe space. If you do not like me, you are not allowed in my safe space. Look at you see, there's very select crowd in your safe space. More people that support me. Rainbows all around me. There is no shame in my safe space.
Did he make that song up, by the way?
What's that?
Did he make that, like, the lyrics up and stuff, or is that
I
actually
think so. I don't know. I have no
that's
idea.
pretty good.
I have no idea where it came from, but this is gold. 6 ups in her safe space. Me too. This is great. I'm gonna look it up and see. Oh my god, I love B Tim. This is like the second time he's got a song out, right? Hey Haven. Hey JBT. Some of my favorite people popping in. Hey. Oh my gosh.
Be rockstar.
Oh my god, B Tim's in the chat now.
B Tim's here. We're busted. Shit, we're busted. I'm sorry.
Oh shit.
This South Park lyrics when Cartman wanted to stop internet trolls. Oh, how fitting. We got busted. Sorry. Please forgive us. Hey, Eliza. This is great. This is great.
South Park.
Yeah. She's losing it. Oh shit. He's losing it.
I love that.
Look at me, rockstar. It's like I hit the drinking factory. Stop it! I can't take it anymore. Wait.
But anyway, guys, I got to skedaddle. I got work tomorrow. You guys have a good one.
B10's always skedaddling.
Try not to say anything. By the way, let me just say this. Opinions of the panels do not reflect Queen Bee or her channel. Please do not hold the opinions of the panel against her in the lawsuit.
That's right. Thank you for having my back.
So just in case, that's the blessing before I leave. Just in case anyone says anything crazy before when I leave. Bye.
We'll see you later.
Oh, we love B10.
But anyway, guys, I got to skedaddle. I got work tomorrow.
Baby, I like it. Yeah, baby, I like it.
Aw, we love B10.
Cadillac grills, Cadillac mills. Check out the oil, my Cadillac. Shimmy, shimmy, y'all, shimmy,
Oh, I love it.
Give me the
Ooh, he's feeling it. Ooh, you feel it. Yeah.
Off on the natural charge, bon voyage. Yeah, from the home of the Dodger Brooklyn squad. Come on, joy. Pump it up. Come on, here we Can I kick it?
Oh, I love it. I love her. For some breast prints. What's happening? Let me drop the link for Tragedy Pimps Exposed again. This is great. This is great. Okay, Gina, you didn't laugh enough, so I got another one for you. This one's gonna make you pee your pants.
I'm trying to figure out if the live is the hive is live.
Let me look. 9:15 p.m. It's 8:51 right now. So not for another 25 minutes.
Okay.
Let me pull it up and I'll drop the link to it in the chat for people waiting on Queen Bee's live. So her live is over at the Hive. And here's the link for it for those that want to redirection right to it. I'll put it in the private chat for you, Gina. So when you click on that, it'll go right to that live stream.
Okay.
And I'll show you. Right here it is. Keep calm. It's my birthday, bitches. And it's 23 minutes away. We'll be done by then for sure. I just got one more to show you. Let me drop the link for this one. This one is funny. Broho sent it to me earlier. My brother sent it to me. We were downstairs laughing our butts off about this one. Here we go.
Told you your rights every time. You told me a bunch of Miranda's rights, dude. Yeah, everybody's talking about Miranda's rights. This guy, dude. Yeah, you never didn't tell me what mine was. You know? We told like, why do I need to know so much about what Miranda can do? Good for her, dude.
Oh my god.
I can remain. I could have been remaining silent this whole time. Dude.
Are you serious?
Like, you just said that before I told you all that stuff that got you guys all mad or whatever. Dude. Like, how was I supposed that I didn't have to tell you guys that, dude?
Because we told you.
That party foul, dude.
No, we literally told you. No, we've told you.
Look at this. Let me show you some. Let me drop his. Hey, Morris. Good to see you. Look, this is the channel link. I want to show you a couple of these. Oh, what the hell? Get out.
Rain, I heard there's going to be a couple of sexy boys at this party tonight.
Couple sexy boys at the party.
And then we got the Beehive boys. That's what I call them.
The Beehive boys?
That's your B Tims, your Boston Knicks, your Blunt Bees. Willow whenever he feels like showing up.
Mm-hmm. Like all of them. They're all good people. I like it. You guys have tons of fun over there. Okay, let me show you this one. We were dying at these earlier.
Cuz, dude, my past. I was running from my past, okay? Are you freaking happy now, dude? My past keeps catching up with me, dude. No matter how fast I go, dude. Well, you're going like 25 over, so. Yeah. Why are we going so fast?
This dude is crazy. Where's the one? Very honest with police.
Why are you going so fast? Can I be honest with you?
What's that?
I said there's Tragedy Pimps Exposed. Hey, babe.
Hey, TPE. We played your clip earlier. The Beat Him extravaganza, singing about his safe space. It was wonderful. That was hilarious. Thank you for putting that together. I appreciate you. That was hilarious. Okay, listen to this guy. This dude is funny.
With you, dude? Yeah. But can I be like really on? Can I just be brutally can I just be very honest with you? Yes. I was running from my past, dude. Yeah, dude. I was running from my past. But it's like it keeps catching up to me, dude. No matter how fast I go.
Running from your past is an excuse to do 25 over.
Well, I just
no.
Okay, I wasn't being. Can I really be honest with you?
There's another one where he says, where the
Who is that guy?
His name is Nerdork Nation.
Oh, okay.
I'll drop his link in the back for you. Oh my God, this guy is so funny. You can copy and paste that. I'll drop it in the main chat again to you. It's so funny. He's got a ton of shorts where he's getting pulled over. I'm sure it's like a parody, but the
Oh my
cop's
god,
like,
that's funny. I love shit like that.
the cop walks up to the window and he rolls it down and they go, "What is that?" And he's like, "You guys smell like weed." Like the cop, he says it to the cop. And the cops are like, "What are you on?" He's like, "Instagram, YouTube, Facebook."
Oh my god.
I mean, this guy is so funny. This guy's hilarious. He's so funny. So, Gina, what can I do except say thank you? I appreciate you coming up today so much. I'm glad that I finally got to meet
letting
you.
me come up. I do feel
Absolutely.
much better.
I hope that you always feel welcome here, because you are 100% always welcome here. And if you need help with those with the the links that I sent, please let me know, because they do take it serious, and I want you to be back to a happy place. Listen, like I said, nobody chooses to be a role model. People who relate to you choose it. And so, you've got you've got it in you. People relate to you. They want to see you happy. So let's get you there, right?
Yeah.
I have faith that you can do it, that you're going to do it.
I do too. It's just it's just a rough patch, but I'll survive.
Yeah, absolutely. There you go. Absolutely, you will.
And then I'll
And
thrive.
that's right. That's where you do it. I'm happy to hear it. I hope you feel better.
Thank you.
You're very welcome. I appreciate your time today. And remember, you got a whole bunch of people here with you. Sure, keeping it up. The link's pinned.
I
It's
know,
open
they're
panel.
so amazing.
Yeah, there's a lot of people that love you, care about you. So don't forget that. Don't let people
And you
get
know
into
what
your head.
You know what some of them do? This makes me so happy. So I call my supporters my diamonds, or more specifically, my diamond daddies and my diamond divas. And I keep seeing all these girls going around calling themselves diamond divas now, and I'm like, oh my god, that's so cute. I'm so flattered.
So you have an impact on people. People support you. They want to see you do better. And what's the best way to make someone who wants to see you fail? What's the best way to piss them off? To not fail.
Oh, I know. Exactly. Exactly.
See? You're an amazing person, and your story will inspire so many other people.
That's how I feel about you as well.
Thank you. I'm a fangirl of Gina Diamond. I don't shame it.
And I'm a fangirl of Vilomah.
Thank you. How's Christy? What's going on, girl?
Christy.
Hey.
Welcome to Vilomah's panel. How are you?
I'm doing great. How are you guys?
Doing good.
Much
Having a
better
great day.
now.
I won't be up here long. I know that you are about to end your live. I just wanted to come up here and say that my live the other day, when I was talking about addiction, and I had one girl email me, and she told me that she was struggling and that she was in active addiction, and she lives in Virginia and I'm in Georgia. And I looked up all the resources for her. I did all the work. For her. And she has an appointment Tuesday to go get put on Suboxone.
Amazing.
Oh,
And
that's great.
she has been in active addiction for 15 years.
Wow.
And just her watching my live made her want to go get clean.
Oh, Christy, I'm so proud of you.
That is amazing.
I mean, on that live, I said, if I can just help one person. And I cried. I did. I cried. And I talked to her on the phone, and I told her, things to do, like delete all the phone numbers of, because, one thing about addiction is people, places, and things, right? You have to change. You have to change those things. And so she's working on that. And I helped her set up her appointment. I directed her where to go, so she could afford it. And she's going Tuesday.
That's one of the best news. That's probably the best news I've heard all day. That's probably one of the most amazing things I've heard all day.
Yeah.
Imagine feeling insignificant in a world full of people and having overcome something such as addiction. Like, what a demon to battle. What a monster to take on. And you survived through it to get to the other side. So first of all, congratulations for that, because we know that there's a lot of people that don't. We just had International Overdose Awareness Day, and I had Six Up Media and her son on the panel, and very open, very brave conversation about addiction from not only a former addict, but from the son of a former addict. And it was so enlightening to me. There were so many resources dropped. We had spoke about just how amazing it is to impact someone's life in a positive way. And so the right person was in your chat on the right day, and then look what happened.
Exactly. And that's what she was saying to me. And she said that everybody around her enables her, and she has nobody, she had nobody on her side. And she felt like I was the only person that would be on her side. And I told her, I said, if you even feel like you want to, take the pills or go get some pills, I don't care if it's 3 o'clock in the morning, 4 o'clock in the morning, 5 o'clock in the morning, call me. I will answer my phone and I will talk to you. And
amazing.
Just busted out in tears. She said that she's never had anybody say anything like that to her. And I said, I'm here for you. And I want to help you.
Put my olive oil and tablespoon of.
But she was telling me, she was, and it was happy tears, but she was just so grateful. And I told her, listen, this is what I do. This is what I want to do. I want to help people. And,
wow.
I want to help you. And she's going Tuesday. And I told her, I said, if you want to call me every day, you can. So I helped one person just from that live. So
I think it's amazing. I think it's so amazing what a proud moment that somebody reached out and that you're affecting them in a positive way. And so don't let anyone ugly that. And I'm glad that she reached out. Absolutely. France says it's so bad right now with deadly fentanyl coming in. So many are dying. Absolutely. When someone's reaching out for help, it takes so much courage and strength to be able to do that. And I'm so glad that they did, and that you were there to help, and that you had the resources and all of those things. Like, hats off to you for being a strong advocate in that moment, and hats off for her for admitting, acknowledging, reaching out. And I really hope that there's a happy ending without a lot of pain and suffering. There's so much of it going on. So thank you for that. I appreciate that so much. It means a lot.
Absolutely. And I'm going to continue to turn my channel into that direction. So
good.
And yeah, I did email you back. So whenever you get a chance, just
I got it. I'm looking at next week. I'm going to plan something next week. I wanted to ask you, I don't advocate or anything like that. I just want to have an open conversation, and with you being willing to be open, and the other person, which I am so happy about, not for exploitation, but for education and open conversation for others. Six Up Media has so much more knowledge and information. She can relate in so many ways. Would it be okay if I open up the conversation with her if she's with me? Because where I can understand and offer all the empathy and understanding and ask the questions because I want to know, would it be okay with you that Six Up Media and JBT join us because they have like the educational resources that I don't have?
Oh, absolutely. Yes.
Okay.
Is her son in the chat?
Yeah, JBT.
Oh, I love
JBT's
him. He was so sweet.
yeah, that's Six Up's son. So, and their relationship is amazing. They've overcome things that are definitely designed to destroy people and
Yeah.
relationships. They have a very strong mother-son relationship that I respect and admire so much. And I've come to love both of them so much. So where I have a lot of questions that I think, you know, I don't want to word this wrong because I don't want anything to sound negative or offensive, but there's a lot of things about, I didn't mean to say but, I just made a total fuck up. Can we erase that and let me start over, please?
No, it's fine. I know. I get nervous
I
about
don't
how
like the word but.
things too.
But means forget what I just said and focus
Yeah.
on what I'm saying after that. And that was a very selfish statement. And so I need to rephrase that because it's not how I feel or intend right now. What I mean to say is when someone is willing to be open and honest about personal things such as addiction, my intention is not for exploitation. My intention is for people to be able to relate to that in their own lives or someone that they care about and love in the way that it moves them to action to save someone's life. It brings the warning signs and makes them much more brave to face something that probably feels very scary. Does that make more sense? I didn't mean to say the word but.
Yes,
That was
it
a
does.
terrible way to word that.
No, it makes a lot of sense. And when you read the email, you know, I did tell you that no questions are off limits. You can ask me anything.
Okay. I appreciate that so
even
very
about
much.
even about my parenting during that time and anything. I'm very open about it. So just
It's a tough topic that's meant.
Right.
I
It is.
can't appreciate it more. It's meant to be shamed and not spoke about.
Exactly.
I think that there's various reasons for that. That's why we don't talk about things that are difficult and hard because of the shame and the embarrassment and all of the shaming on this platform that goes at it. But there are so many people that are living in darkness and afraid that they're going to be accepted because of a past addiction. And I hate that for them. I want them to be able to walk into the light and be seen and heard, not for the weaknesses that they had or mistakes that they made, but because they overcame them to become stronger, better people today. We should celebrate them. And part of celebrating them includes the journey that they've come through. That's setting an example. And I think that the more people talk about the hard things, the more they become natural part of conversation. They're less feared. More people are willing to sit down to the table and have those conversations. That's what I want. Even about things that nobody else wants to talk about, I want to talk about them. I want people to become comfortable with communication and not hurting other people. And so, yeah, I can't thank you enough for that. So there's 3 people so far that want to celebrate where they've come, where they're at today, and the journey that it took to get there. And I want them to have that space. I also want people to hear so that they grow from it personally. So it does mean a lot. And where I'm going to fail at not being the right person to say these are the resources or these are the things that are available, Six Up and JBT have that knowledge. They have that knowledge and a plethora of that knowledge that I don't have. And so I would fail the conversation without that. So thank you for allowing them to participate in that and be here to help guide me so I don't fuck up, because I fuck up on the regular.
Oh, there's my yep.
Yep says the other thing is medication stigma. I can't tell you how many times a day I'm told I'm not in recovery because I'll be on meds the rest of my life, most likely. Yep.
Same,
Listen,
yeah.
you are in recovery.
That's about as stupid as when MGL or somebody will be like, you're not disabled because you're not in a wheelchair.
Right. Yeah. And
Yeah,
I get,
that's not what disabled
told,
means.
and I get told all the time that I'm not clean because I'm on Suboxone. Well,
I don't look at it that way.
I took that big step to
Yeah.
admit that I had a problem, and Suboxone saved my life. So yeah, there's a lot to talk about, and no questions are off limits. So I'm excited about it. And I just wanted to come up and tell that I did help, one person, and that just made me very happy. And I've been talking to her ever since yesterday, and checking on her, and seeing how she's doing. And of course, she's still using, because she's at the point now where she's using to not get sick, but until she can
But
get,
she made the choice, and she's gonna. I'm proud of you for that. I think it's amazing. I'm so glad. I want to tell you guys something before you leave, though. Nobody. Yep, if you're still listening, this is for you as well. Nobody, not one person on this planet, no matter how close they are to you or not one person has the ability to put you in a space that you're not willing to sit in. Mentally put thoughts in your brain or your mind that you're not willing to acknowledge. Nobody can put you in a frame of mind or in a physical space that you're not willing to be in. No one can tell you what you know is your truth. Please don't let them.
right.
No one can do that. If that were the case, we'd all be zombies. We would all be at the mercy of another person. There's a lot of bossy people that want to do that, but I'm here to tell you that nobody can put you in a space that you're not willing to sit in. So don't give them the power to do that.
That's true.
Whatever you do. But thank you both for coming
Thank
up
you. I feel
and
like I just
sharing
went
with
to
me.
church or something.
Church! Take me
I
to
feel
church.
fresh.
Good. That's what I want. I want you to feel
Absolutely.
fresh. Face the day
Yeah.
tomorrow and take action. Own your life. Don't let anybody else.
You know
And
what
like
I
I
always
said,
say?
use resources
You
if you
gotta
need
fuck
help.
life in the ass. Don't let life fuck you in the ass.
You got to grab
You
it by
gotta
the
make life
horns.
your bitch. Don't be life's bitch.
That's right.
Right. Pull
Nothing's going to
life's
happen
hair,
without
right?
action. Yeah.
Pull life
Nothing.
by the hair.
Yeah.
Yank it. Nothing happens without action. Nothing. We can wish for it, want for it, beg for it, ask other people to do it, but then it's not ours. If other people are doing it for us, it's not ours. It's not our work. And if we don't work through it, we don't learn from it.
Yep.
That's true. But thank you for letting me come up, Vilomah, and
Absolutely.
we'll be in touch, you and I. So we will figure out. And
Do you hear music?
I did earlier.
it's inside.
Oh my god, is the hive partying that hard already? We
They're
hear it
going
from
now.
over here?
It's inside my house. We had a bunch
She's
of people
just now
over.
starting.
We had a
I
bunch of
know.
people over today, and for Labor Day weekend, we had like a little pool party, and I'm sitting on the front
Got
porch, so the music is inside. But I'm gonna hop down, and Vilomah, so you and I will be in touch with each other, and
Okay.
I did give you my number, so if you want to shoot me a text, or we can talk that way, or however you want to do it. And Gina, I love you. And
I love you
Vilomah,
so
you are
much.
amazing. And thank you for
Thank
letting
you.
me come up. And I will
Absolutely.
talk to you guys later.
Thank you.
All
Thank you.
right.
Appreciate you both very much.
All right.
Have a great time. I'll see you over at the Hive for a little bit before I get in the shower.
See ya.
Bye, guys.
Take care. So I want to share with you guys one more thing before I end. I'm going to end. I just checked. Queen Bee's got the pre-music going. Evil Ghost, who is not evil. This is the live stream that he has scheduled for tomorrow. It's going to be 1:05. That's Eastern time. Why the heck? That says Christmas. He playing with me right now. He doesn't have it planned. Look at that. It says Christmas. No wonder why it has Santa Claus on it. Let me drop the link to the channel. This is a link to Evil Ghost channel. Please click on that. Make sure that you go over and hit the subscribe button. Make sure that you turn the notifications on right here by clicking the all so you get all notifications. Tomorrow he's going to do his Sunday newscast, and you don't want to miss it. Also, I want to bring attention to these two live streams. We were talking about these earlier. The first one says, shall we talk about something morbid? And the second says morbid marathon. I'm not playing them because I want him to get the views, because this is he's putting his work into this. So I'm going to drop these links in here also. Please save them to your watch list and give them a view. Watch them. There's a ton of content in there. I dropped them earlier in the stream, but I want to drop them again. Please make sure that you log in, or I'm sorry, that you save those to your watch list, and support the channel, because he's really doing something good over there, especially right now. He's got some information that's going to come out. It might be shocking. If you have children, if you love children, if there's people in your life that you care about, you don't want to, you don't want to miss it. It's also a lesson about online safety and the crap that's going on over here. So with that, let me pull up this. Thank you, everybody, for being here. If you're catching it on the replay, I appreciate you sticking out this long. Means a lot. Thank you for that. I had a lot of topics. I'll update links in the chat here in a little bit. And let's go out. We'll just go out to this song. In preparation for Queen Bee's birthday over there. Everybody have a great weekend too. Where the heck did it go? Something's up with it. Let me get back up here. Stand by one moment. What the heck happened? My mouse is being crazy. Okay, here we go. Now I'm back in the right place. Okay, let me type it in. I'll be back live tomorrow also. Maybe later tonight. Who knows? I guess we'll just see how it goes. What the heck happened to it? Well, it's not working. We're just going to have to end like this. Hey, Rocco. Thanks for popping in. Hope everybody has an awesome evening. Let me drop the link for the Hive birthday party one more time for anybody who's heading over to Queen Bee's. If you click this link, it'll take you right to it. Be blessed. Remember to be kind to yourself. It takes as long as it takes. Have a great night.